Good morning, John. Good morning, world. Good morning, the band they've laid on for me. Welcome to Kuwait and welcome to the front of the grid and welcome to the trophy for the champion of the continents. More of that to come, as they say. Very quickly, we have the national anthem second. What we're going to do first is have a quick word with our pole sitters, who've all, interestingly all meandered off, and it is actually a home pole for the 47. That is the Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing, and this is Mohammed Al Kazimi. Mohammed, home race on pole, no better than that.
Honestly speechless, guys. I can't wait to start. It's been a dream since this track opened like 3 years ago to ever race here. Thank you guys, it made it happen. The best way to start is on pole, I guess.
How important is it to have this sort of international race to put the Kuwait Motor City on the map?
It's so important. A lot of Europeans and throughout the world people don't know about our track, and I'm so happy. Every driver feedback is awesome about this track. So this is the start to something that will not finish, hopefully.
Now it's going to be on local television as well, so it's a chance for you to become a star.
Honestly, they already make me feel like one.
Now, how much endurance experience do you guys have? Have you done a lot of long races, or you mostly done shorter circuit races?
I do radicals, so it's only sprint races, and one endurance, which is only 45 minutes. So this is a big step, and it's also my first endurance. So looking forward and learning from my teammates.
And what sort of practice have you done for it? Have you been doing longer sessions in practice, or?
Yeah, you have to do be physically ready, and most of the work happens in the gym and the food, and hopefully all goes well.
Great stuff, Mohammed. Okay, so we're now going to come to the front of the grid. Can you all please be upstanding for the Kuwaiti national anthem? So the military band, and I'm going to pick back up with Seb again, and let's continue the grid walk and chatting to our great and good. And we're going to second place in the grid, which is the number 32, the Team GP Elite, and one of their drivers is Lucas Gronveld. Lucas on the front row, no better start really.
Yeah, let's see, it's quite a long race, actually 12 hours, so there can happen a lot. Especially in this weather conditions, and especially with this track, it's quite fast, so there can happen quite a lot in 12 hours.
Yeah, it's a really interesting circuit, isn't it? Not one you can practice before you get here. It's not any sim. How did you find learning it?
Yeah, it was of course a bit difficult with the short time we had to learn the track, but I think we managed the time quite well, and I think we got the maximum out of it.
I mean, how much experience do you have of endurance racing, Lucas?
Yeah, not so much. We did last year 24 hours of Dubai. We won that in class, so I think that's the only experience we have yet. But yeah, let's see. I think this is a good learning track for it. So yeah, looking forward to it.
And how much have you got a plan written down, and how much are you going to make it up as you go along?
Yeah, I think we just have to see how the first stint goes. I think from there we'll work it out. But yeah, let's see what happens also with the Coach 60. It's also important with fueling. So I think we just have to get through the first stint, and let's see from there what's going to be all the strategy.
Lucas, thank you very much. We'll now nip across to the other side of the grid. I'm just going to keep the work going. I'm going to keep Seb moving. Left, right, Seb. So let's go over to the stalwarts of CREVENTIC Racing. It's the number 85, the CP racing car. Charles, can you come just a bit forward here? Because Charles, you are celebrating a milestone today. Did you know that?
That's what they tell us. They said a few races we've done, so.
You've done 50 CREVENTIC races. What keeps you coming back, Charles?
It's an incredible race, and obviously the organizers are obviously, as you know, super nice, and the events are great. You know, we go all over the world, we get to see all kinds of different stuff, and it's endurance racing, and that's what we love.
Now, there have been 80 races, so how did you miss 30 of them?
No, not in the time we've been running. I think we've missed actually since 2015 is when we started, and I think we've missed one race and then two more because of the pandemic.
Now, this, of course, has been a bit of a unique proposition, isn't it? A new track, not on any sim racing. You have to come here and learn it. How difficult has that been?
You know, it's always, it adds to the excitement for me, right? Because obviously when you're as old as we are, we've run a lot of racetracks, so it's rare that you get to come to a new track. So, you know, I found some YouTube videos from somebody, and then, you know, when we got here, obviously we were able to do the rental car rides. I'm sorry for the rental car ride, but yeah, it's great. The track is phenomenal, right? Absolutely fun. You know, it's one of those tracks that we have a lot of fun at, and, you know, we love it.
So, I mean, obviously, you're one of our fellow senior men. I think it's together here. I'm the
Experienced.
Experienced, that's it. I mean, where does this rank in your list of tracks you've been to?
Well, you know, it's interesting. It's a great facility, obviously, brand new. Everything's really nice. The track is fun. It's unique in that it's really high speed, but yet technical at the same time. And usually you have one or the other. This track it's both. So it's a lot of work on the drivers. I can tell you, we're working full time out there. It's very busy, but yet high speed.
And Charles, you've gone for the Go Faster moustache.
Yes, that's the Movember, my annual Movember deal. Usually I get to shave it off for December 1st. Obviously the race is a little late, so we're keeping it until we get back to the States on Sunday.
Very stylish. All we know is a Porsche 308 and a bit of chest hair, and you can go full Hawaii Magnum. Okay, over to fourth place on the grid. That's the number 44. That is the Arc Bratislava Lamborghini Huracan. And let's see if we can have a quick chat with Zdenko Mugaso. Zdenko, are you starting the car?
Yeah, I'm starting the car, yeah. I'm proud of it, yeah, I'm starting the car.
Well, you can't miss it, and it's yellow color. I mean, how have you found this, this new track, this new facility?
About the Mirakonopka. Mirakonopka says we're going to drive 12 hours of Kuwait, so we're driving 12 hours. We will see how it happens. We'll do our best, so fingers crossed and hopefully for the best result.
In race pace, do you think you've got the pace for the Porsches or the Mercedes?
Actually, with this testing we've got, I don't think so, but we'll try to do our best. Yeah.
And of course, with a smaller field, anyone drops out, it's great for you.
Yeah, because we have a lot of space over there, so we can race together with GT3 cars. We will see.
Great, thanks. Zdenko there from the 44 car. Now going to meander across to the 992 class, Willy Motorsports by EB Sport, EB Motors, sorry. Have a quick word with Sergio Nicolai. Sergio, the Romanian flag proudly on the bonnet. How are you feeling about this event?
The event is very beautiful. Also the track, I enjoy it the most. You have high-speed corners, medium-speed corners, slow-speed corners. It's amazing. The track, it's amazing.
Now, it's lovely and sunny now, but within about 4 hours or 4.5 hours, it's going to be dark. Huge amount of dark running. How does that affect how you approach the race?
For us, it doesn't affect because we like to drive in the night, so it will be the same.
And you managed to put yourself at the front of the class, the 992 class, so you've got a lot of pace in this car.
Yeah, it was amazing for us that we take the pole from the first race. Let's hope we will stay in front also till the end of the race.
So thank you, Sergio. Okay, across the way is a very, very familiar car. Why? It's the Red Camel Jordan machine. Now, normally we talk to a driver, but I want to talk to a man. I want to talk to a man who's got all the knowledge about the event. It's Paul Trustwell. Paul, short question, sure a long answer. What are the tactics?
There are no tactics. We'll do our best. What is incredible, the 992 class is so strong. There's so many fast cars. We've got a fast car, but there's 3-4 other fast cars in the class. So, I think it's going to be close. We're going to have to be quick in the pits. And then if we're quick in the pits, the race will come to us, I think.
Now, there are a number of very long corners, a very long left-hander, a very long right-hander. Is this a kind of a front tyre limited circuit?
Tyres actually have been behaving themselves very well indeed. We are not quite as quick on old tyres as we are on new tyres, but it's interesting, the new tyres don't make as much of a difference as I was expecting them to. So old tyres, we're going quickly.
No double stinting?
No, we won't double stint. We're going for 1 hour and 20 minutes on a tank full of fuel, provided it stays green. So that'll be 40 laps.
So thank you, Paul. I need to do a quick word with the driver as well, because we have the Rick and Luke, and it looks like Luke's got this. Luke, you've got the starting job. Did you win a game of rock paper scissors to get the starting position?
No, it worked out this way, and I think it's really fun to start here, the first international race in Kuwait. So looking forward to that.
And is it just basically the first hour and 20 minutes to stay out of trouble, or are you going to try and make some moves forward?
Definitely stay out of trouble. 12 hours is also a long race, so we'll see. Will be interesting with the strategy because there are less cars, maybe not so many Code 60s. So, yeah.
Now, I think that you two have been putting pressure on your dad. Apparently, Ivo's lost a lot of weight. He's gone to the gym. He's working out for this race.
He's definitely more fit than ever before. Not ever before, but past few years.
Let's say before. It's fine.
Yeah, he's in good shape, so that definitely helps us.
There we go. See, The old guys have still got it, though. We'll see what he's like after an hour and 20 in the car later in the day. Back across we go, and we get to the unique in this race KTM. It's the number 714, and it's driven by. And here's Daniel Drexel. Here he is. And I went to look at the car, and I could just look at your shirt because I completely forgot what your first name was. Daniel, how are you enjoying your experience here in Kuwait?
Yeah, it's been interesting. It's a completely new track for all of us. No sims, no nothing. You just go here and put your best out.
Now, you actually qualified this car theoretically in pole, and then you got a penalty. What was the penalty for?
There was some BOP issue. Let's put it like this.
So it was turned up to 11.
No, it was not that much faster, but it was, yeah. It was normal, but we are now here in the Cup Porsches, not in the GT3, so.
Good stuff, thank you, Daniel. I'll just get my, because we have a quick word now with another of our local driver. I say local driver, he's actually local to me because he lives in Kent as well. It's Hytham Karajuli, that's right, who's obviously another one of our single-seater experts having a go at endurance racing. But back in the country of your home, how does that feel to race here?
It feels awesome. It's like I wasn't ever expecting there to be a race here, but there is, so I'm really happy to race here. It's great.
And how's the KTM compared to the cars you normally go around in?
It's quick. It's weird driving with assist, but other than that, it's a really good car.
I mean, you've had a pretty impressive season in the Leisure, haven't you, in the sport races for a European Le Mans series? I mean, is that a completely different car? Doesn't prepare you anything, or is there anything you can take between the two machines?
You can take quite a bit from them. Other than like how this car handles, there's a big difference between that. But other than that, it's still the same driving style, same brake pattern, same throttle.
Now you're moving up the P's to P4. I mean, is the eventual plan to see yourself at Le Mans? Is that where you see your career trajectory going?
I hope so.
How soon? Are we seeing you in 2022, 23? You know, you're driving an LMDH in 24?
Oh, I have no idea.
Anyway, best of luck, ladies. See, from Kent, somewhere the nice bit of Kent, not the bit I lived in, should I say. Back across again, we go to another Porsche. This is great news for John, all these Porsches. This is the 979 machine, which also has some the pole sitter in the 992 class. 992, yeah, and it's Rabdan Motorsport by Speed Lover, Oliver Don, Saif Almeri, and Enrico Fernando. For goodness sake, I can read. Now I need to find a driver. That's the next one. It's pointing over there. You see, I don't know why. Suddenly, you do kind of stick out from the identity parade as the driver. So pole position in the AM part of 992, so I suppose I can say it's going pretty well.
Yeah. The racing track is very good, and we have to push to the maximum.
What's it like being able to drive in your home country?
Home is home.
I mean, do you have you been round this track before on track days in other cars?
No, this is my first time here in Kuwait, and as an international race as well. You know that this is the first international race. And it's amazing. I've been to most of the tracks in the world, and this is the most amazing one.
Now, I have to ask you about it. Is there a longer left-hand turn in the world than turns 6, 7, and 8?
Yeah, it's remind me by Suzuka. I think they bring it from there. It's very nice. I was explaining to my friends yesterday about it. Imagine you are turning left on above 200 kilometers per hour. It needs some courage.
Some courage. Well, we are talking about the track, and I know that John is desperate to talk you around the track. So perhaps it's time for the track map, John. Right, so we've moved forward to, well, one car actually, to 929, and it's Kim Hauschard, who's on the 929. Now, this particular chassis was incredibly busy, wasn't it, the last couple of days?
Yeah, it got quite some mileage the past 2 days. We can say that way, yeah.
Yeah, because your sister car was a little bit late in arriving, but you could, move the 8 drivers between the cars. So you got what 2 laps each.
Yeah, it was like, there was some issues with the logistics, but in the end, luckily we brought a spare car that was here together with our first car, and we just made a meeting and say, okay, let's make the best out of it. All the drivers we have here, we're going to share the driving time with the cars that we have. So, and last night it finally arrived. We at least catch 2 hours of sleep, so shout out to my team. They really did an amazing job to make this car even being on a grid. So, yes, and now we leave all this negative shit behind us, and now we're going to go hunt some trophies.
Great stuff, thank you, and apologies for the German-based language there. Now, the next space, it's blank, John. We have no vortex at the moment. The 701 has, he's not come out to the grid. There's no car, should be here according to my my grid sheet, so I assume I'm kind of tiptoeing. It's on the pit apron. Yeah, it's on the pit apron, John, so we'll talk to them in a bit later. We can now go over to the 710, which is the Lippert Lamborghini, of course. That car also arrived relatively late, but let's have a quick chat to Jean-Francois Bruno. JF, we've been talking to you all yesterday as you wandered around with us, having a bit of food, not doing driving, but you finally got on the track. You got 2 hours this morning.
We did, yeah. Finally, the car made it in late last night at around 11 o'clock at night. So unpacked the container, set up the garage, prepped the car. The Lippert team literally worked through the night. So for them, it's a 24-hour race. They started, working on the car almost 12 hours ago, plus this 12-hour race. But yeah, they did a fabulous job, and we took it out this morning, and it's running beautifully. Now we just need to get the pace, figure out the track, and it's a 12-hour race, so we've got plenty of time to figure it out.
You say figure out the track. I actually watched your first couple of laps out. There's quite a lot of figuring to do on this circuit, isn't there?
It is. Yeah, it's a very technical track. And a lot of blind apexes, closing radiuses, very flat, so it's hard to find the right positioning as far as where you are on track and find your marks. But no, it's a very cool track, actually. They did a really nice job. Just the construction quality and the design layout, the whole structure is great. So very much looking forward to running here.
So you're up and running, the car's rolling. How many laps in do you think you'll have made up for your lack of practice?
2.
Excellent. Excellent answer. Thank you, JF. Bruno from the 710. Now, next to them is the 928. This is the HRT performance car as well. This is the car piloted by he's Bessem and Harry Hilders. It's the Bessem Hilders machine. Harry. Hello, Heist. So you got the car around the track at last, then?
Around the track? that's a bit presumptuous. No, not around the track. We got it on the track. That's a big difference. Well, we're happy to be here.
Well, we've just a bit of count back, and we reckon there's been 80 CREVENTIC races ever. How many do you think you guys have done? Because you've only missed a couple, haven't you, ever?
I think the Americans beat us for CP racing, but then we're quite near the, I think 50, 51, something like that. We're waiting for the watch of Ivo.
Well, that's exactly, yeah. I think there's a chance when you have an official high number, you do get a cake. I think actually, but I think it's yeah. But I think unfortunately that's
face cake, please.
Well, I'm not round here. But more importantly, I mean, what keeps bringing you back to the CREVENTIC series?
This is fun. It's just the fun. It's the emotions. I like a day to day. You drive on track. It's race day, and then the tension builds up, and then. We do all the preparations to bring the car out. Then Harry puts on his. Then we have the big competition. Who's going to do the start together over no alcohol here, but usually over lots of alcohol. And then we come here, and then one of us starts, and it's the build-up of the pressure. And then the race begins. We know everybody here because we've been a long time entering into the CREVENTIC races. Yeah, it's fun. It's a big family, and then it's competition. Huh?
And of course, you are the Iron Men because you're the only people doing this race as a pair.
Well. Or we're just the stupidest guys. Either or, we don't know. We'll find out after 12 hours. But we've done this a long time. We can do this 12 hours with 2 people. You can do that.
Great stuff, thank you. That's host specimen Harry Hilders, the stalwarts of CREVENTIC Racing. Across the road to the 930. This is the second of the Qatari Motorsport and Motorcycle Federation Porsches. This one's been started by Anders Fjordbak, who's leaning in. Anders, as you know, often drives cars sideways, not always on the street. How are you enjoying your bit more track racing?
So I think you might be mixing me with
No, Anders.
I'm in the work.
Ah, I've got Anders. I got the wrong Anders. I do apologise. See, I was doing so well. How many cars was that before a major mistake? About 12. Anyway, Anders, obviously you do a lot of track racing. This is a new track for you. See, seamless. So, yeah, how's the Kuwait track compared to the other tracks you've been around?
I think it's a spectacular track. I think it's maybe one of the best layouts I've been driving. We need a little bit more of running time to get some grip on the track, but I think it's a special place to be. I really like it.
So what you're saying is it's going to improve during the race, because with these cars going around for hour after hour, it's going to rubber in.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, it will. And I think we will see it already in the first few hours that when all cars are on track, it will pick up quickly.
So where are the key areas of the track then?
I think there's many places, and I think this is a really nice track where you need to push in some corners, you need to be a little bit hesitant in other corners. There's some long corners too. It's just a spectacular track. I think the last corner and the first corner is very important for a good lap time here.
You're working with 3 Qatari teammates. How are they getting on?
Very good. I'm very surprised how quickly they can adapt to just international competitiveness, and I think they're really working so hard to improve themselves, and they have done an amazing job.
And you can always try rallycross, you know. Yeah, we will, but I think we'll give you a go as well. Anyway, oh look, it's an Aston Martin, marvellous. It's the GT4 Century Motorsport. It's number 429, and they have a selection of British drivers. And I have a quick word with Bradley, because you were kind of saying yesterday it's a great track, but you want more downforce.
Yeah, I want to be in a faster car with more downforce, because it's got so many high-speed corners. It's just not quite flat in a few areas with a GT4 car. So I think with a GT3 car or something high downforce, they'll be flat and they'll be quite exciting.
So what was it that brought Century to this event? Why did you decide to come out to the why did you decide to come out to the Son of Kuwait? I think I've answered the question. Why did you decide to come to the Son of Kuwait? But why did you choose this race as one of the Century's races for the year?
Because David here told me to come.
Ah, David, the man behind the checkbook. So David, what was it that particularly attracted you to this track?
Well, I live in the Middle East now, so Nathan said this is happening. The car was coming out here. We thought it'd be a good idea, try new tracks. The track is amazing, really flowing and fun and lots to learn. So no, I think it was just living here and wanting to have a go around a new circuit.
Great, so that's Nathan Freak, of course. And will you be joining the team as well for Dubai in a couple of weeks?
The car might well be at Dubai. We're just working on it at the moment. Obviously Nathan's there already, but this car may also be there as well.
Great stuff, thank you very much. Now, interestingly, there are still spaces available for the Dubai 24 hours. Currently, the entry is a very, very compact 65, so a few more wouldn't go amiss and still be fitting into the track well. Right, okay, now I have to avoid the camera lady. There we go, don't ruin the shot, Nicholas. And we get across to the RHC Jorgensen Storm 4-5. Man in the way, 0. Darren Jorgensen starting this now. Is there any drivers around anywhere? 2 of them over there. Ah, there they are. I see them hiding in the shade. We've got stalwarts from the US. It's Brett Strom and Darren Jorgensen. Put your hand up. Who wants to be? Oh, he's the starter. He gets the chat. So, exactly. So what's the plan then?
To win.
Excellent plan. How are you going to achieve that? See, the plan's not well thought out, is it?
Yeah, it's well thought out. We don't want to reveal our strategy.
Excellent. This has gone very F1 all of a sudden.
It's secret. It's very secret. Yeah. We've been juggling, and
Is it drive really fast and it runs out of fuel? Put more fuel in it, drive really fast again.
Correct.
I should be a team manager.
You're doing
Thank you. So Brett, were you behind this incredible strategy?
Yes, we've been thinking about it all night. We slept on it, dreamt about it. So mostly put a lot of new tires on it as well.
Exactly. So the BMW, is that suited to this track?
Is it what to this?
Is it suited to the track?
Yeah, it's pretty good. The straights are especially good. So
we all like. I found out I'm really good on straights.
Yeah. No, it's a skill. But yeah, no, I mean that car is heavy but fast in a straight line. So you know we make it up there and lose it in the corners, especially compared to the Aston. So yeah, it's a good car though.
Looking forward to it. Thank you. And well done on the strategy. Brilliant, brilliant design. Okay, the final car on the grid of the GT field is the very pretty little Cayman GT4, the 491, being run by our friend, the starting driver, it's Mr. Miller. Now, Daniel, you're at the back of the grid, but only one-way forward. No, seriously, I mean, the car, look, I've watched the car going round. It looks really good going round.
Super nice, amazing track, fast, and a lot of fun. So we're just having fun today.
I mean, it's a little car, mid-engine. It must be very good round the fast change of direction.
Yeah, it handles pretty well. We changed the setup a little bit last night, and it's super balanced and really fun to drive.
Great stuff indeed. Now, I have seen there's one of the Renaults in the garage, but obviously I can't tell them apart, so I can't tell you which one it is, but it is being run by Herberth and a Renault. Actually, not a Renault, it could be our Renault. Who knows? Okay, now, that was GT, now it's TCE, and in pole, and surprising absolutely no one, it's the 159 car, the BBR, the all-tie team that's absolutely dominated this season. You are very, very close to the champion of the continents. So, Cantadi, what can you, do you need to do anything just to keep it on the track?
Yeah, just keep the car on the track. And don't looking for the championship. Don't thinking about that. But just keep the car on track.
Why do you think the team has been so successful this year?
So thanks to the team. They give a perfect car all the time. And also my teammate, they all fast, so it's easy for strategy. Yeah.
The track's really demanding. I mean, it's got those very long corners, both left and right. Does it mean you have to be careful with the front tires? Look after the front tires?
Yeah, we think like character of the corner is like a bit long, so it a bit destroy the front tire. But the track surface is not too bad. But yeah.
Great stuff, thank you indeed. And the eagle-eyed amongst you will notice this is a new colour scheme. In case you want to know, Flow is an energy drink. So hopefully this team doesn't change into the sort of people that Red Bull have changed into. Anyway, back to the story again. And then on second on the grid, it's the 188. It's our friend at AC Motorsport. And Matthew Tree starting, but I can see Stefan Perry. And more importantly, I can see James Kay. James, who had to suffer being on the same flight as us, which is always a problem. James, you have how many years of touring car experience now?
I started touring cars in 1991.
And you've been to say, where does this track compare then to all the other tracks? I mean, obviously the Silverstone National Circuit is a classic with 4 whole corners, but I mean, how does this track compare?
This track is is actually incredibly technical and flowing. It's a great credit to this country. It's a fantastic circuit.
So what keeps you coming out and racing after 31 years? Is it a disease, or is someone giving you a massive check?
No, nobody's giving me a message. I do it now because I enjoy getting away from the humdrum of life as it is. You know, I started in touring cars very early, so I was very lucky. And you know, I drove for some very good manufacturers. I'm very, very lucky to have got to this point. But now, you know, I pitched myself against some of these young guys, and that's what I enjoy. It's fantastic.
How does this latest crop of TCRs compare to those Super Tourers and the S2000s and everything else you were driving in the previous 20 years, mostly in the UK, of course?
Yeah, they're completely different. To be fair, the Super Touring age, you know, in the 90s and early 2000s, they were pure racing cars with massive budgets, huge aero, same sort of power, but a completely different regime of car.
Thank you, James. Now, I think we may have mistimed this slightly because the people clearing the grid, we've still got 3 more cars to go, including the 116, which is the Wolf Power car. Now, oh, no, I can see Jasmine pricing, so that's okay. We'll get the 116 sorted out. Ah, excellent. Jasmine, not starting the car then?
No, today no.
So so we got Ivo Valle starting it. Now, how do you choose who starts these cars?
I also have some boys who can do a start, not only me. And now they have to train it and to learn it, so it's the best opinion to do it.
Still in with a chance at the championship, it's going to take a combination of things. Do you think about that at all, or is it just this race?
about the championship.
Yeah, do you think about the championship or you just think about this race?
No, now we just want to do the race because yesterday we had bad luck. So we are happy that our boys fixed the car again. Now we are here a little bit with other colors, but we are here. And we just want to race 2 hours and cross the finish line, and then we are happy.
Great stuff. Thank you, Jasmine. Okay, a couple more to go. We've got the 331. We've got the two Hoffer Bonk cars, aren't they? They're actually being driven by the same people, all 5 of them, which is Michael Mar. So in this first one, sorry, it's Rainer Partel. Okay. Rainer, very quickly, there's 2 sets of you, 5 of you, both driving all the cars. Who came up with that idea?
Yeah, this come from the team chef. The idea. We start with 2 autos in the TC class. It's perfectly so.
But the cars aren't the same, are they? Quite different cars. They're different versions, aren't they, the M2?
Yeah, we have different versions. We test 450 powers and 360 powers.
So when you get out of the 450 and get into the 360, do you get like, oh, this is so boring?
No, it's not so enough. The difference is for like 10%. From the race horse is no.
Great stuff. Thank you, Rainer. And one more trip down to the end. And Michael Mayer is starting this machine, which is the 232, the slower of the cars. And we'll have a quick word with Michael. Hello, Michael. How are you? So you can see all the cars in front of you. What's your plan for the first corner?
Oh, speak another English. This is great here.
So what are your hopes? What are your hopes for the race?
Please?
What do you hope to achieve in the race?
What do you hope?
Good luck. That's Michael. So that is all 21 cars, apart, of course, from the Vortex, which is in the pit lane, but we'll find out why before we get going. It is a beautiful day here at Kuwait Motor Town. We are about to get started on the first ever international race in Kuwait. It's the CREVENTIC 12 Hours of Kuwait, and to talk you through, John Hindhoff and Phil Anson. at the 44 pit, waiting for the very unlucky ARC Bratislava car to come in. Rear right is flat, but the key really is what damage has been done once the wheel comes off, and the answer is very, very little. They're having a check to make sure there aren't too many bits and bobs. They do seem to have slightly broken the rear of the wheel well behind the wheel, so that's going to give them a slight aerodynamic disadvantage, but he's kept the outer aero in place. Now the question obviously, John, which you two can debate, is that bad luck or not? Because this isn't the first time we've seen a Huracan have a puncture. In Dubai, there was a rash of them a couple of years ago. There's always the temptation to set the car with a bit too much camber. There's a lot of curb mullering over here because you're inclined to do those because they're motorcycle curbs. You think you can get away with it. So is it bad luck or is it bad setup? very, very exciting start. We obviously had the first bit of track-on-track action. That doesn't actually work that way with the KTM going wide. Then a puncture, which I'm not massively surprised about. Having, I said, even on our slow run round the track, we were looking where you could jump the curves, looking where you get a bit of an advantage. And that is going to put a strain on the sidewalls of the tyres. And one of the things that no one's had, even the cars that arrived in time for the first practice, no one's had lots and lots and lots of laps. And they certainly haven't had lots of laps when you're pushing, and more importantly, not always on the line you want to be, because someone else has been there, or you're overtaking, or you push a bit too hard and miss. So I'm interested. It's been a little bit cleaner than I thought it was, which probably helps. It's got not a too great density of cars, but yeah, an interesting opening with a couple of highlights of activity. hear me? Oh, there we go. Just having a quick shifty down. There are 4 Bowsers, but there are 8 pumps in the fuel stop. Also, I've just found a hole in the middle of the pit lane. I've turned my ankle. Anyway, that's my own personal problem. So don't ask me to run. I can at best sachet now. Exactly. Pit caller, who I'm having to sachet to, from the TCR class. I think it's the Wolf Power car as I get there, 146. They seem to be working on firming up the structure of the car. So they're actually looking at the front left. They look at the bonnet. I wonder if they've got some things having a problem. Here on the here on the track, we have a second puncture. We are currently walking up towards the Wolf Power machine. Now that is definitely having a problem with its bodywork. They're putting bits of tape to try. I think what's happened is they've lost the front splitter slightly. So my guess is they have monstered some curb and they've caught the front of it, stripped off the carbon fibre stripper from its mounting, which would be several screws. So they are now giving it full duct tape, which obviously I am pretty pleased about. I don't think they've done any tyre changes. I think they've kept the tyres as they are. They've just literally worked on this reattaching the splitter, because obviously that produced a huge amount of downforce for the car, John. Okay. Yasmin, obviously the splitter has become detached. Do you know how it happened?
No, we don't know exactly, but the driver said we have so much vibration on the car when we drive the straight, and now they have to fix it. We don't want to lose something. Now we have to look if it's better, I hope.
When you're going over the curbs, which you're all doing, is the car grounding right out as it comes either side and back on again?
No, it's like soft. I think not, it's about the curbs. I think it's something on the car, but we have to look. We have 11 hours to go, so.
Yasmin, thank you very much. And it's the same rear right as the 44 car comes past us. This is obviously some form of setup or technical issue. I assume they'll have a look inside the wheel arch to see if something's catching it. Didn't look like there's anything wrong with it. Took off a minute ago, but to lose 2 tyres like this is surprising. But let's be honest about this, John. This has happened before to Lamborghinis. Just so you know, this time it's taken out the rear light cluster, so they've at least lost the electrical connection there, so they only have lights on the rear left. Not that that's a major one, but this is not unique. Yeah, we've already got the 909 Red Camels Jordan car has driven to the fuel, the 979 Porsche, but here comes the car that's caused this problem, the QMMF machine, the number 929, with Kim Hauschild, skids to a stop because he locks everything up. Up it comes. Well, that's got a lot of damage on the wheel arch, as you can probably, hopefully you'll be able to see with the cameras, but basically it's slapped off the rear, so you go from the back of the wheel, the rear bumper element, so it's gone for about half a metre, been snapped off, so that's going to affect the aero. It's looking like it's quite recalcitrant to come off the hub at all. It looks like they're going to do a full tyre change. It's taken a little bit of the underskirt, which goes between the wheels away as well. Let's have a look in that. Well, they're not too bothered about the wheel well. They're just literally just putting the tyre back out on again. A bit of tape being used. Watching other cars going by, including the 85 from CP Racing. I'm not sure whether they're going to end up queuing. I think we may be just even with 8 tanks, 8 pumps for 21 cars. I think we're getting a bit full on the fuel here. I think we have to wait. But Red Camels were first, and they've gone out already. The 928 goes down there as well. A bit of tape now for the QMF car. Kim Hauschild gets ready to go again. Go too fast, because you're going to collide with the vortex unless you're careful. 710 car comes, the Liepert machine. They're all trying to go for fuel, and in for fuel also goes that QMF car, but there is certainly now a situation where people have to wait, because I think that all bar about 5 cars have gone for fuel. I can see the Liepert car sitting there, waiting as we all do at Tesco on a Sunday morning, cursing the woman in the Kia ahead of you. The Cayman has come in. That's the car which was at the back of the GT field, being run by Herberth. That's having a driver change and tyre change. They're doing the whole lot there. I suppose it's a short stint for the driver. So that's the 491. Yeah, so it's now got quite calm. The question really is, that's 3 rear rights we've lost in already. Yep. There we go. Yes, we've also got the top 2 in TCR now, who are also doing some pit service. I think they're getting some tyres on. They'll be fine because the pumps have been abandoned by a number of the cars. Don't forget, of course, it's a shorter fill. You're only allowed half your tank during Code 60, and that includes when you come into the pits where it's not Code 60 now. That was a rule change during this season. So hardened Code 60 lovers will know there used to be a bit of luck involved. That luck's gone as well now. So if it's a Code 60, you get half a tank, regardless of where you were, where the Code 60 was called. So there's fuel for all of those. And I would say that everyone has come in and got a bit of fuel. I have had a quick chat down at the 44 ARC Bratislava team, and they say there was nothing wrong. We don't understand it. They haven't tried anything on setup. They haven't done anything different before. It just appears to be bad luck, or perhaps they've hit a curb. But they don't say there's anything intrinsically wrong with the car, and the car apparently is fine now with its tyres. Oh! I've not seen the lump hammer for ages. It's a soft hammer. They're using the soft side. That's interesting because that has bent at a non-place it should bend. Effectively, it's not like it's a inspection panel that's on a hinge. That shouldn't do what it's done. It's actually gone through a weak part of the, I assume, glass fibre, because carbon fibre would have snapped in half, wouldn't it? Ah, CRB, yeah. So it's not quite the full carbon deal, but they have. Well, anyway, it's bent. It's now having a large amount of tape applied to it. They'll obviously have to hope that they aren't going to have to add any fluids later in the race. They'll take it all off again, but excellent, and welcome to the lump hammer. Tie wraps, tie wraps. Yeah, I am, and I'm going to let them off with the mobile phone torch, because that's obviously more likely to happen once it gets dark. So I'm still happy we'll get all four. The lump hammer is the hardest one normally, so happy we got there in the first hour. No, it's not got a nose problem. It is coming in, and it's not being met by any tyres or any... Oh, they've run out now for a rear right. I think it was going down, but hadn't gone. So another rear right problem. They've got away with that one with a tyre pressure indication telling them they're about to be in trouble, and they've swapped the right, no fuel, and gone out again. I've just been down having a bit of a shufti, sort of CSI Kuwait, CSI Team Kuwait actually. Had a look at the tyre that came off. It was beginning to delaminate on the inner edge. There was it's definitely curb damage. It's taken the inner edge. If you looked at it, it's, you know, the very outer side was like beginning that peeling off process. There were a couple of the threads you get, the cord threads or the carbon threads, I'm sure they're now coming off, and they were a lap away from that going down. So they were lucky. Obviously, they got a tire pressure warning and changed it quickly. But this is curb strikes. This is the inner edge combination of camber and curb strikes. with the Wolf Power, the 116. Now, the Wolf Power was, of course, came to a halt at the same time as the Code 60, and we thought it was to do with their previous issue, the vibrations. Unfortunately, it wasn't. What happened was they hit the tyre carcass, which caused the Code 60, and that's gone right up and wrecked the radiator and the underneath the car. So they obviously there was no yellow flag because they hadn't quite called the 60. They must be in the next car or next car, but one along after the Porsche had that delamination. They got a huge lump of tyre underneath the car, and as you can see, there's a huge amount of work going on. If you look at the splitter, which has now been untaped, there's a lot of water in there, so they've got a radiator that's been holed. They got some bodywork damage from hitting the carcass of the tyre from the Porsche. Yeah, a leisurely stop. They are only competing against their teammate who's got, this is the slightly lower powered one. It was the higher powered one in last time, John. That's a toss up. We'd all lose that one, to be honest. So they are racing against themselves. I think Michael Bonk has got into the car as Michael Mauer got out. But they are just taking it easy, used to the tyres. They'll go and get some fuel, and they're going to continue having a bit of fun around the Kuwait Motor Town circuit. Yep, full service for the 85, right at the pit entrance, so we weren't able to zip up to it, but I don't think that was anything more than a scheduled stop, an hour and 20 in. They did get a top-up, of course, but they are also finessing driver times as well. A little bit of a look at some of the tyres, so we'll obviously have a word with Charles in a minute and see what actually happened. But the car has gone through. I was miles away, I couldn't see who it was who got in, but I'm sure we'll get a bit of an indication any second now. Then they are quite concerned. Oh no, the tyre was gone. The tyre was gone. Now I don't know which tyre that was. One of the rear tyres. My guess now is the rear right. Let's see if I can find it. So they had a puncture, John. Let's see if I can grab it with Charles. We were saying, oh, they've come in. It's probably on time. But I've just got up here, and you've had a flat.
Yeah, we had a little bit of on the previous stint. The tire had a little bit of damage to it. So I was really careful to stay off all the curbs and stuff, and this time we got another one again. So fortunately, the tire monitor system that AMG puts in there for us saved the day on that one.
Is the rear right?
Right rear, yeah.
Yeah, this is causing a lot of problems with a lot of cars. Do you have any idea why this is causing problems when it didn't in practice?
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, obviously we're on full load of fuel and stuff now, so maybe that's making a difference. You know, I was really tidy trying not to use any of the curbs on that second stint, so I was kind of surprised they did that.
So was that the same tyre from the start, or had you replaced it once already?
No, we replaced it on that Code 60.
So is that quite worrying? Do we need to go have a chat with Hankook, or can you do anything now? You're not running any silly canvas or anything, are you?
No, not at all. You know us, the old guys. We run pretty conservative on the setup just for that reason. You know, the Hankook's a great tire, and it's unusual that we have a problem. You know, I know some of the other guys are a little more aggressive at the start and stuff over the curbs, and that usually bites them, and, you know, we're really conservative. So.
I mean, these are different curves. These are motorcycle curves. They're lower. You're more likely to drag the inner edge, I suppose, over them. Could that be anything to do with it?
Yeah, it's possible. Like, you know, I noticed that the outer boundary of curb, you know, normally for us in road racing, they're all, like, evenly spaced, and these are up and down, up and down, up and down, so we're getting a lot more chassis movement, and the tire's taking a lot more abuse. So that's why we're trying to stay off of all of them, So
now it's a second a lap slower and just stay on the grey stuff.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Charles. Thanks a lot. 710? Yeah, just down with the 710. Just so I had a quick look. With the 930 came in with Anders Forsberg, who obviously has been off the curbs 4.5 million times to get all his penalties. I did have a look at that rear right, and there seemed to be no damage on it. So perhaps it's an individual strike that does it, where it's continual wear. Now with the 710, the Leipert car, it's only run today. Out has got Grigorski. I think it's Jean-Francois Bruno who's in the car. But again, originally, unfortunately, got the situation where it's taking longer to belt in the drive than it did to everything else. Fire up and away it goes. That car is running consistently without throwing tyres. And luckily, the next door pit is the 32 one. So when the GP Elite car comes here, I've got a massive walk. It's a bit sore, actually. Don't worry, Joe. I'll keep on. You haven't got to do the remaining 10 hours. It's fine. I'm very brave. We have a second puncture, the EB Motorsports, the Villi Motorsports by EB Racing. That is the multicoloured Porsche car. That has a completely delaminated tyre. We're going to concentrate on the erstwhile leader, the 32 car. That tyre at the right rear was completely flat. The 955 comes parked with a delaminated right rear tyre. It's all the same story. It's all the right rear. Now, if we look at the, I don't know if we can get the shot here, but what's happened is that if you come around, Seb, quickly, because it's here, the car is delaminating from the inside of the tyre. This is a bigger version of what we saw, which didn't quite go on the other Porsche, but when it completely goes, of course, the tyre then splits up asunder. So that's when, if you're lucky enough to get a low tyre pressure warning, you've gone off the curb, you've broken the inside bead, and off you go. But we've now had two more that have happened in the past few minutes, and there's going to have to be something done because they can't change the Hankook tyres. They haven't got time to change the camber, so someone's going to have to start thinking about actually driving on the track. I was actually up with Century Motorsport, the 429 car, doing what seemed like a very standard stop, and it was a lovely standard stop. And then when the car went, one of the mechanics was sitting there looking slightly perplexed, and he had a piece of wire in his hand. And what it is, you know, when they go on the air jacks, there's a single piece of wire you pull to release it. It's come off in his hand. So I'm not quite sure how they get it off the air jacks from now on, but that's what happened. So he pulled it off, and that's broken, and they're going to have to work out what to do about that. From a distance, this is full service for our leader, driver out, driver in. I shall obviously... No. So they are going to just get... Obviously, the second time this car stopped, they had a puncture as well, though they managed to get away without delamination. And car now is down. Slightly long stop, but they've managed to get it through. So it's always a key point. Can you get the driver changed in the time it takes to change the tyres? And if you can, you're going to gain several seconds from the other teams. But that was a... no. The 3-2-1's gone into garage. It's the other end of where we are at the moment, because we're with the second place man. So yes, the one of the Hoffer car ones. We'll go find it in a minute. We're up the front with the 714. There's a bit of damage to 714. They've had a little bit of shunt into someone at some point. The proboscis of the car is certainly damaged. A bit of rhinoplasty is needed on that, but looks like it's kept its integrity, so they aren't going straight for the tape. This car, of course, facing the wrong way. Now, this is interesting. Do you remember when it spun, John? You thought it just missed that Porsche, because that is where it was just spinning to. Now, I mean, it could be a point. I haven't had a look on the side of the Red Camels, which I think was the car involved, and I will have a look next time it's in. But this is a standard stop. They made a changeover. They put Daniel Drexel in. Dominic Albert has got out. Let's have a quick word with Dominic if we can. Dominic, that was a very good session, but started rather frighteningly.
Yeah, yeah, was a bit of action in the start. I tried to go wide, but yeah, there was a lot of mud on the track, so I spun, and then I tried to push hard and came back.
A bit of damage on the nose of the car. Was that from the spin or another point later?
No, that was from the spin. I got the slightly touch, and yeah, then we returned to race. And hopefully, Sam and Daniel do a good job, and I think it looks good.
Lots of cars are having problems with their rear right tyre. Did the team tell you about that? Have you been avoiding the curbs?
Yeah, we do not avoid the curbs. We ride with our tyres. We can go 650 kilometers still with good pace, so we for sure will not have any tyre issue.
Oh, thank you. Okay, very confident. Thank you indeed. Cheers. Thanks, Daniel. I think, yeah, isn't this the last outing for this car? Haven't they? We're promised a new car for next season, aren't we, by Vortex? Hopefully with slightly better panel fit, but apart from that, obviously a stalwart of the championship has won its class on a couple of rounds. driver change going in. Nico Nobbs is getting in. Not quite sure who's getting out. It's probably Lino Amarouche. What I do like is the all French team has fallen for the same problem as Japanese teams are, is they've written some random English down, which doesn't really mean anything. It now says, "We are repeat." So I'm sure the translation makes perfect sense. But for me, it just sounds like the BBC in the 70s where it was all repeats. No, no, there's the smoke. That wasn't me, oh, come to me, love. That was actually, I've just breathed in something unpleasant, as you can probably see, coming up from the brakes of the 979 car. They don't seem too concerned. It was a standard stop. I was actually next door trying to find out what was wrong with the 331 Hoffa racing car. There's a computer attached, and they're waggling the inlet plenum. But the good news is I have a professional team manager and mechanic I can hand over the microphone for, and he can find out what's wrong with the 331.
Yeah, driver limited, I think is the term. You reported something potentially flapping on the front of the car. The only thing that's flapping is a tiny bit of trim on the front of the grille. But that's not really an issue on the car at all. In fact, it gets ripped off so that it's not going to cause any more issue because it's not there anymore. Ah, like a little aerial. That's exactly what it would look like, because I've got it here. It's just a bit of plastic, and that's just a bit of decorative trim that sits like that. However, it was like that. Don't need that anymore. That's where they would have. That's where they would keep the hot discs. Thankfully, we're too early for a brake change. Yeah, the good news next door is the 331 BMW, the Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW. That's had a problem. What was the problem with the car? I don't know. Yeah, I know. The only person I've picked on there was the guy who doesn't speak very good English, if any English. I'll see if anybody can tell me. Gentlemen, what exactly was the problem?
We had some pressure loss in the manifold system, and there was just a hose which came off, so nothing big, but yeah, we fixed it, and so we are out.
Well done in finding it. That's the sort of problem that can manifest in all sorts of ways and hard to find, but they found the errant pipe that had fallen. Another puncture. For the right rear. No, it's the 955, the Vili Motorsport by EB Motors Porsche. Just been in right rear tyre change, and the tyre that's come off wasn't delaminated. It's still intact, but no air in it. Completely flat. The team are just inspecting it now, and once again, it's the inside edge that's looking the worst for wear on that car. So another right rear issue. 5th overall, I think. I think that car was 5th overall. Yeah, they've been here quite a while. They've been watching that car on the TV monitors and just seeing what a fabulous job that Jeff Bruno has been behind the wheel, done behind the wheel. The carcass of the wheel, of the tyre I should say, is kind of poking out from under the wheel arch, but I can tell you the wheel arch is completely and utterly intact. As that wheel comes off, it's going to be 2 rear tyres that are going on this car. They're not going to bother with the fronts. They've just brought out 2 rears. Now a quick inspection underneath the wheel arch and everyone's happy because the wheel's already on. So car already off the jacks. And Jean-Francois Bruno is already back out and heading back towards the track, and he's done a sterling job in not damaging the car. Goodness. Well, they're just glad that the car came back and in one piece, and they're all right. They're staring at the broken carcass of a tyre and shaking their heads in disbelief. But when only 2 garages along, we get ready for another Lamborghini rear puncture. So it's not uncommon, and I'm pretty sure that everybody's scratching their heads and trying to find out the reasons for that, as the still waiting for that other Lamborghini to make its way. Have we? Right, okay. The team are ready, by the way. The team are ready. Pretty much, I think they must be listening to you, mate, because as soon as you mentioned it, I turned around through 180 and looked up the pit lane, and they were already bringing rear wheels out. Again, it's going to be rear tyres only for the ARC Bratislava Cup. I've got a bit of Lamborghini deja vu going on here because the 44 is in, and again it looks exactly like the Liebert car insofar as the carcass has moved off the wheel. The left rear is off, now the right rear. This is the punctured one. I've just been having a chat to the Hankook tyre engineer, and they've done their track walk earlier in the week, and they identified potential areas which could be concerning. And they were mentioned, if you remember, in the driver briefing. The drivers were told, don't go off here, watch that there, because it's not just edges of curbs, but there's drainage covers and areas of the drainage lips that can cause problems. But everybody's been made aware of them. So I do, yes. And did we red flag it, or did we go code 60 for a long time? Yeah, the 44's got it, just trying to fire the car up. It's been given the go-ahead by the team. This is the RC Barrett-Slav, that's the Lamborghini. Miro Konopka is in a discussion, as no surprise, with the Hankook engineer, and I'm pretty sure Miro's going to be saying exactly what Phil said. And, you know, I wasn't overly using a curb, etc., but it's all a job of identifying on all of these cars what everybody has been doing, because this has become a behavioural pattern now, hasn't it? This is a pattern of behaviour. All, you know, different marks, Lamborghinis, Porsches. It's not really picking out its victims, is it, this tyre problem? Or curb or drainage cover problem. Standing by as well, John. Yeah, I'm gonna let this chat ensue, and then I'll try and have a chat to Miro. You know what? Nobody's wanting to apportion blame here. We're trying to get to the bottom of a problem here that's not just causing the ARC team, but all of the teams down the pit lane, and that's pretty much what the tyre engineer is looking for. He's trying to gather information from the driver of where do you think you've picked up this puncture. And when you put all of the elements of the clues together, if you like, it's a basic investigation, isn't it? And he's gathering information now from Miro, who's the latest puncture to have come in. I think what's happened behind me, outside of this ARC garage, is the Porsche has been in, I think, John, is that right? Yeah. Miro. Yeah, let's Miro, been talking with the tyre guys. Where do we think's causing all the problems? Not just for you, but for everybody, it seems.
It's not easy because I don't know, but if we have 3 puncture for 30 minutes and I run really very soft, I don't touch curbs or very soft, and after 1 hour 90 minutes also puncture every time same, rear right, maybe not very well construction tire for this temperature and this circuit. This circuit is really very hard for rear right tires. A lot of very quick left curve and turn, and maybe that's problem, I don't know, but little bit dangerous for us.
We've been told that turn 20, which is the final turn here, might be a problem. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I feel in turn 20, but was very late if go for pit. And I try here, and because I have TPMS, that I looks my pressure, and I was 185, 185, and immediately 0. That I know that is some problem, but sorry, it's bad. That's every time in this very quick curve, number 1, and all circuit, and I don't know why. And greetings for Mr. Director, but I have 4-time puncture and never was called 60. But all another car had 60. That's I don't understand.
We're trying to get to the bottom of it. We're puzzled as well.
For Mr. Director.
Great job, Miro. Get it back without damaging the car. Great job.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
I've got lip breakers. Yeah, it doesn't seem like 2 minutes. It doesn't seem like 2 minutes since you started the race. What was it like at the start? It looked exciting, an exciting first turn.
Yeah, a first turn is always exciting here because you go about 220 kilometers an hour. And the start went initially good, only had trouble to get into the rhythm. So I lost some places, but at the end of the stint I did the full 2-hour stint. And the laps were good, so I think now we're running P1, so going good.
Looked like you might have got some damage from a collision with the KTM, just a slight collision. Did you feel anything?
I didn't have a collision, I think, so I didn't feel anything, so no collision.
So it's the first opportunity we've had to see what the track is like under race conditions. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it's really surprising how the tires hold up. I see a lot of flat tires, but our tires seem to do fine. I did my fastest lap at the end of the stint with 1.5 hour old tires, so it's interesting.
It's quite a technical track. Is it as technical to race on? But, you know, do you have to be very careful where you make the move?
Yes, it's very technical because you have really fast approaching entries, so you have to position the car really right. If you not have the good position, then it's difficult to make the corner.
Is there anywhere on this track where you're conscious of putting tyre wear and using the tyres too aggressively?
Yeah, especially in the S's, because you're really scrubbing to the corners, and you want to minimize the scrubbing and also have a fast exit, so a balance you need to find.
What about the long left-hander and then the long right-hander? Does that not load up the tyre?
It does load up the tire. You see your tire pressure going up. So after that, you go a bit slower the lap after, and you just try to keep it in balance every lap.
The Porsche class is always the most competitive. How are you guys approaching the race? Have you got a strategy?
Yeah, we have Paul Truswell.
I know. What greater strategy can you have?
Exactly. No, he's doing a great job, and now we're running well. So yeah, I'm curious how we look up in the end.
Thanks, Luke. Great stuff.
Very, very interesting. Luke is not that experienced a driver. You would not think that, Phil, from what he's just said there. And he's made the point that we've been sort of trying to say that, you know, our tyres are fine. Yes. We look after them. Yeah, they do. And they've all got TPMS there, type response systems, yeah. So, very, very, I like what he said about there. You can see the tire temperature rising as we're going through these corners, but we're just. I want to have a quick chat about what's going on at the circuit too. One of the circuit cars is out there. It's very unusual for us to have a circuit car, and they're looking. There's a hole at the edge of the track, and the officials are looking into it. Yes, I make a slight joke about that, but it's a hole. There is a little breakaway at the back edge of the curve at the exit of turn 20. Now that is in itself a little bit of a worry. I think what they've been looking at even more closely is the fact that there is a drain cover right there.
I've got Dan Van Kuik, who was just out of the GP Elite Porsche. We've cleared something up, guys. The speculation about the team's connection to the Verstappen family. There isn't anything really other than you're orange and you're all Dutch.
Yeah, the connection is easily made, I can imagine. No, the connection is maybe people remember that his dad, Jos, was supposed to drive in Dubai beginning of the year. So that's maybe where the connection comes from. But unfortunately, in the end, he couldn't participate. So no, that's it.
And talking about this race, of course, Dan, you started the car. You had a very eventful first stint, didn't you, with that puncture?
Yeah, definitely. It's really searching with the Hankook tires and the curbs here, the combination, how to keep them alive. In the beginning, it was apparently too much, the things that I was doing, maybe on curbs, maybe on exits, pushing a bit too much. Then we had to change the tire, and in the second stint, I found better the rhythm to be quick, but also to keep the tires alive. So now we managed, and we had to change due to the Code 60 situation.
Now, we've just gone green out on track, Dan, but I want to talk to you about what sort of compromise did you have to make with regards to the tyres?
Yeah, of course we can play with the traction control and the ABS settings on the car to ask less of the tire, and other than that you just have to be careful to really go wide on the exit curves. So you are a bit less gentle going on throttle to keep really the steering straight and not go over that angle that the tire doesn't like apparently.
It's been identified, the final turn here, turn 20, that's been identified as a potential problem. Did you notice anything?
That's the one I was staying away from the beginning. So I think it might be part of the problem, but I think there's more places where you really have to be careful. Maybe now that the temperature drops, it will be a bit easier to keep the tires alive, but we need to see now. My brother's in the car, so it's his job now.
And overall, I mean, everybody we spoke to is loving the track, and now that we've raced on it, are you still of that opinion?
Yeah, the track is really, really great. It's so fast, especially in the GT3 car, where you can take so much speed into the corners, and especially in the dark, the trail gets even bigger because it's hard to see some apexes. There is a good lighting, but at some places it's a bit less. So yeah, the first time going out on track 2 days ago in the dark was a real challenge, but a lot of fun. Yeah.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, I can talk to Bradley Ellis. Brad, what's happening, mate?
We seem to have a problem with our sort of fuel filler cap. It's sort of broke. So a bit of fuel vapours were leaking, so we've just come in to fix it.
It's an odd one, really, because it's high up the car, so it's not like it stuck a prang or anything.
No, it's just, as you can see, I think the locking mechanism is just a bit jammed, so we just brought it in. It hadn't fallen out or anything, but it just obviously wasn't sealing correctly, so we've just brought it in just to ensure we can get it sealed properly and, just under safety. bit of a precaution. But because we just fueled up, tank's full, so it's just stuff in the filler neck really that was leaking.
It wasn't like it was being drawn from the tank.
No, not at all. It's just the filler necks are full up, so just because after we just did a splash and dash under the code 60.
Okay, mate, I'll let you go. The car's back out, guys. They've done a quick fix on it, and it's back out onto the track. So fingers crossed, keep an eye on it, and hopefully that fuel will stop. bodies underneath. Is this the car this is the car that had something flapping, but it wasn't from underneath, was it? Right, that explains why we've had so many bodies, because you could only see two pairs of legs sticking out the front. We had a pair of legs sticking out both sides as well, right underneath the driver's seat. We've brought out some brake discs and pads as well, so I'm not sure whether the decision has been made. I mean, I'll be amazed if it's needing brakes or whether it's just going to need one set of pads and discs for the 12 hours, so it doesn't really matter where within that 12 hours you change it. Now that you've gone past, 2.5, 3 hours, these brakes will take it at the end, I would presume. But they're deciding to do that, and I'm not sure. I'm not going to talk to anybody, that's the thing. So I'm not going to be, I'm only speculating until the guys have stopped working on the car, and then I've got someone to talk to, because I don't really want to butt in. And well, that's a good point, actually, but they've got brand new pads and discs out. I can tell you now, the caliper that I'm looking at now, that has just come off. There's as much meat, if not more meat, on the pads that are coming off than the pads that are going on. So that's not a brake change for necessity. It might be the fact there's a vibration or something, or... Vibration. Yeah, I've just used the international language of hand signals. Well, it was like sort of I went on the brake pedal and I shook my hand as if it was like, you know what happens when your ABS kicks in and you get a judder, or brake judder. Well, you're not the way if you drive properly, you don't. The brakes have gone on. The new brakes have gone on. The new disc and the new caliper with pads. However, there's still speculation going on underneath the car. The front tyres that have come off have got quite a bit of pickup around the centre of the tread, but that's a different type of vibration. That would be a constant vibration if it was pickup on the tyres. So it's a brake vibration, or a vibration when the car is under braking. So there's more work going to go on underneath these wheel arches for now. So we'll leave the Wolf Power boys and girls to sort this out, and we'll come back when they maybe have gotten to the bottom of whatever it is. check on the 116 for you. Well, they're absolutely fine until something hits them or they hit something. And we've kind of gotten to the bottom of what this vibration might be. The guys have got the differential out and they've dismantled the differential, and they're thinking that so the gearbox and the differential is brand new for this weekend. However, they think that it might be a residue of that impact from earlier on. And they have now got the innards out. They've got a ground wheel up in a vise, and they've got the actual differential out as well. And it's going to be very hard to check tolerances. And they're going to dismantle the differential and see just if there are any kind of slack bits, any teeth missing, any sort of even the edges of the teeth are important on things like gears. And certainly on crown wheel and pinions in differentials. So that's what's happening now. And obviously, it's a massive job. The differential they can dismantle whilst it stays in the car, and you can actually get the inside of the differential out. And we've got that on the bench. Yeah, but this is the bit they're putting it all back together after an inspection. Hard to get my head around what you have to do with those things. You know what? I'm not sure who actually said this, but the rear wheels, the rear axle on a front-wheel drive car is just to stop the rear bumper trailing the ground. And that's pretty much what it is. Was that Haven, was it?
Almost a welcome
an update on the 116. Well, my hands are dirty, I'll give you that. Yeah, I couldn't help it. I just had to touch the metal, the oily metal. The diff is broken. Long live the new diff. They're putting a new one in. Yeah, they suspect that it's residue of an impact, yeah. in early. Brought the team out. The car's just come in and it's caught the team out. The team just burst into action. I just happened to be standing here and the team burst into action. Stefan Perrin has brought it in. James Kay came running out from the back of the garage and he didn't quite have himself ready, just zipping up his overalls, putting his helmet on, grabbing his hands device. He was already across the other side of the car. He had to have his gloves thrown at him and his little cushion to help him out. So I'm not sure what the problem is, and as soon as Stefan gets his helmet off, we'll be asking the question as to, it was clearly not on schedule. It's clearly ahead of schedule because the team were just completely caught out by surprise. Stefan, that was clearly unscheduled. A problem?
No, we don't know what's happened. At the first corner, I hear one bang at the rear, and after the steering wheels is not online, it's a little bit at the right, and I prefer to go back in the pit for checking, but we don't know exactly at the moment what's happened exactly. And that's the new car, and you have not new parts for this car. It's very difficult. Okay.
Thank you, Stefan. So a problem with the handling of the car. I did see them bringing a rear hub out. It looks to me as though the car is now being jacked up, swiveled round. It's going to come into the garage. So whatever the problem is, it's going to need the car to be in the garage, and it's going to take a bit of time. Like I've always said, John, with these 12-hour races, doesn't matter what happens, it's always worth putting the car back together, because there's bad luck going to befall most of the competitors here over such a long distance. So you've just got to hope that you can repair whatever the problem is and get back out in quick succession and get back in the race. Going straight to fuel. Yeah, we've got the Aston in, as you guys described, the 429 numbered car, and there's a little bit of a problem with where the air jack is goes into the back of the car. It was a bit loose, and I think it might still be loose. The man at the back of the car is one Graham Leslie, son of the legend that is David Leslie. He's been working on Aston Martins for Aston Martin Racing for many, many years, hasn't he? Graham's fixed it, and it's back out. So the Aston wasn't delayed too much, and it's back out into the race. I think it had a driver change there, if I'm not wrong. A 429. I'm not sure, because by the time I got down here, the tyres were on, the car was ready to come off the jacks, and all that was being done is the repair to the air jack fix. So I'm not sure if it did actually have a driver change. We've got a Leipert pit stop due any second, and Karong Lee will be so happy to actually get at the wheel of his car under race conditions, won't he? He's already suited and booted and be taking over from Jean-Francois Bruno very shortly. I'll give you a shout when that car appears. I'm with the 710, John. Very busy down here for some reason. GP Elite have, they're going to block off the Leipert car. The Leipert car, so the GP Elite car, the 32 Porsche, comes in, then it's pushed back literally onto the nose of the Leipert Lamborghini, which now has to be pushed back. It had plenty of space to get out until those pesky GP Elite boys pushed that orange Porsche back. Now Kerong Lee gets underway. So fresh tyres. Just going to have a look at the rear tyre wear on this car, especially the inside edge. And you know what? That looks pretty good. GF's done a good job in the way that he's driven that car to just looking at the tread, and it's looking pretty evenly worn across the full face of the tread. When JF gets his helmet off, and he has, in fact, I'm going to get a very hot and sweaty Jean-Francois Bruno in a very short moment. Yes? Right, splendid. That was, yeah, because Brad's been sat there all afternoon and now he's not on his chair, so I should have deduced that one. I'm just going to dive in and drag Jean-Francois Bruno out for a quick update from him. He'd be happy to get. Come with me, GF. Let's have a talk in the sunshine. Now, we spoke to GF on the grid, I think. Didn't Nick speak to GF? I've got to say, mate, I am delighted to see you climbing out of a car under race conditions. You must be happy just to get that one in the bag, are you?
Yeah, it's needless to say the first few laps were quite exploratory in nature. But now found the pace. You know, the car's running strong, and you know, we're in the fight for the podium. I think we're P2 currently. I had one puncture. I know there have been numerous punctures. Right rear seems to be the culprit. I was eating a lot of curb, so you know.
When you know the car's got a puncture, and you must be, you feel like you stopped out there, don't you?
Yeah. Well, first, number one rule is do no harm. So you know, yeah, you don't want to do any more damage because that rubber can. A lot of people want to get back to the pits because it's excruciatingly slow, right? And cars are flying by, and the clock's ticking, and so you're under pressure to get there. But if you start beating the inside, you start breaking aero components. You can rip wires out, ABS wires. You can do all kinds of damage. So the idea is to try and keep the carcass on the rim, right? So it kind of cushions everything. So when you change directions, you got to be careful just to baby it, easy on throttle, and then just there's a certain speed that you absolutely do not want to go over to get the car back. The most interesting part, which you know surely wakes you up, is when I had the failure happen in the brake zone. I was coming, I think I was 275 when all of a sudden I felt her going. I was like, gosh. But
you probably not noticed because as a racing driver, it's best not to. There's not much runoff down there.
So I sort of knew. I had a feeling something was coming. So I call it stupid, but I still kept my foot in it. I felt coming out of the last corner. Right rear was very loose, and I wasn't sure maybe it was pickup because there's a lot of sand, there's a lot of clag, rubber buildup. So if you go offline just a little bit, next couple corners, the car won't stop, won't turn. So I was on the fence. Maybe I dropped a wheel a little bit because I just passed the car. But I was cautious in turn one because losing a tire in turn one can be very ugly. And so, you know, it kind of felt a little waggy. And then, you know, I still kept my foot in it, got to the brakes, and I started feeling like, oh, here it comes.
I've got to say, when those tyres came off, I had a little quick look, and looks like you've sorted your driving out, and you've stayed off the curbs, because those rear tyres look in good shape.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, and on top of it, I made a couple of passes that I probably shouldn't have made, and there was a couple of track limit infringements, and they called me on track limits as well. So. Unfortunately, a lot of the work I did out there, I'm going to lose. We're a team we're going to end up paying for with track limit infringement. I think we've got a 10-second penalty, stop and go.
You wouldn't be a racing driver if you didn't ping the odd track limits, mate. Well done, mate. I'm glad to see you out there. Tactic for the rest of the race, how are you going about it?
I'm sorry?
What's the tactic for the rest of this race? Still a long way to go.
The tactic, is it? First you must finish, so keep the car safe, finish. I mean, we're working on a set pace. So we've got a set lap time and that the car likes, that the tire likes, and based on what the other cars around us are doing. So that's basically the tactic right now is, you know, kind of the metronome.
Absolutely. Good analogy. Thanks, Jeff. very standard, John. Gijs Bessem getting out, his good friend Harry Hilders. It wasn't so long ago that these guys had the record of doing every single Creventic event, and I think that was the up until the pre-COVID years, or up until the COVID year, that is. But they've been a big part of the Creventic series, the 24H series. And even before it was a series, they were part of the Dubai 24 Hours all those years ago as teammates. And the NKPP is their business. And with Harry Hilders now at the wheel, smoke billowing from the front wheel arch. That's just the heat of the brakes. It starts billowing. You can sometimes see that brake dispersed into flames. Always great to have a chat to Gijs Bessem, and I think that's what we'll do. We'll give Gijs a chance to get a drink of water and cool off and get his helmet off, and then we'll dive in and have our first chat of the race. Yeah, Gijs and I are just reminiscing. Just put your Hankook tyre sticker. That's off his seatbelt. You've been working hard there, my friend. That's salt. That's sweat.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a sport, eh? It's not billiards or something, or no, snooker. This is racing. I mean, I want to get out, sweaty, being happy, and that's what Creventic gave me. I'm happy again. So, what else? I'm the most happiest guy in the world, and we're doing okay. Harry's going out now. I don't know, which number are we in the class?
I'm not sure. You're third in the class, yeah. That's a good place to be at this stage.
That's a good place to be. It's an old saying. The race starts after 11 hours, so we're just hanging in there, and then the last hour in the night will be the finish, and then we will come up, I hope.
You're good friends with the driver in the car now, Harry Hilders. You've been racing for a long time, guys. Give us an idea. How did you guys get together?
Well, we had a friend, we sponsored his racing team, and then halfway through the season he said, well, I'm quitting. And then we said, well, we already paid for it, so let's get our driver's license. So we got our driver's license, and then we started with the DNRT for the first race in Dubai with the Seat diesels, and we couldn't race at all, but then we were hooked. So now we're probably racing, 17 years, 18 years? And Creventic going bigger and bigger and bigger. And Martin, the race director, left, and Jeroen took over. Yeah, we've seen it, we've done it, and we know it. We love this game, and we love the atmosphere. It's friendly. It's amateurs mixed with pros, so you can weigh your strength against the pros, and sometimes we win, as we did in Dubai.
Wouldn't be a 24H series race without Gijs Bessem and Harry Hilders. It's gonna go dark quite shortly, within the next couple of hours. Do you think the track will change much? We haven't had much running in the dark.
Well, we had yesterday, and the track itself is very well eliminated. So I don't think you will see any drop-off in lap times. It's a very, very technical but good job. But if you do the same thing every lap, then you might finish, and that's the trick. And in the dark, the track stays the same. Just look at your clipping points and what you do with your throttle. Don't do stupid things.
Thanks, guys. I'll let you go and cool off. Well done.
Thank you very much. I wanted to take a beer, but we're in.
I know. Yeah, it's straightforward pit stop, it looks like. Century Motorsport going to work. Remember, not just one wheel locking nut on these wheels, on these GT4 cars. It's a 5-stud pattern, so it's real NASCAR style when you hear the guns go in and brr, 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 and oh, that's right, yeah, of course. Yeah, why would they do that? Why would they do that? There was something special. There's something special about that. Is it another Porsche Cayman? Ah, right, okay. What is it then? Are you going to tell me or? Of course it would be the McLaren. Brett Strom? I've got Brett Strom with me. I'm sure Brett is not interested in wheel nut configurations. Brett, how was that, mate? What is this car like to drive out there?
We apparently nailed the setup on it because I was running my fastest laps at the end of the stint, which I frankly couldn't believe. This track is really fun. I think part of it was me actually finally learning the track all the way. But yeah, I was getting close to qualifying times at the end there for what we ran. I don't know, the Hankooks seem to work really well here, and the track is like, there's not a ton of cars here, so there's not as much traffic, of course, but the track makes up for that because it's a challenge, so it's fun.
So you're not the quickest car here, and you're not the slowest car here, so it must be very busy from that aspect.
Yeah, it's some of the faster cars are not super well driven sometimes. So they'll pass you, and then you brake in the next corner, and all of a sudden you're almost taking them out. So that's interesting, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad we're not in one of the M2s because they're getting overtaken quite quickly. But some of the GT3 cars are very well driven, so you're suddenly like, whoa, there's a car all over me. But yeah, it seems like because there's not a ton of cars, and it's a huge track, so you're really focused on like getting every 10th, and suddenly there's a GT3 car on you. So I'm used to like Dubai where it's just like car. But yeah, I mean, I had a ton of fun, so this is cool.
That must be refreshing not to have that constant. You can actually focus on what you're doing, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's different for sure. I mean, I love endurance racing because there's so many different speeds of cars, and keeping a consistent lap time while passing the slowest cars and getting passed by the sometimes you get slowed down much by getting passed by the fast cars. So that in itself is what makes endurance racing fun a lot of the time, beyond the whole team aspect. But this one's different. I mean, the track is so technical here. There's a lot of spots where there's just a teeny bit of camber here, teeny bit of camber there. So if you don't place the car perfectly, you're suddenly sliding across track, and so that makes a lot of fun.
So with the quickest lap times coming at the end of the stint, does that kind of lend itself to thinking about double stinting tyres?
Yeah, I mean, they were going off. I was driving it as hard as I could, and I had gotten some gas during the Code 60, so I was close to my max drive time anyway. So in that case, no, I don't think we would. But if we came in at, an hour, then yeah, maybe we just quick driver change. So our team is really quick on the tires. So other than the cost of the tires, we don't really lose much. The driver change is near the same time as the tire change. So. And I like new tires. So.
Is your stints fuel limited then, is it? How long is that?
We're doing, I think, 70. I got to check with him since this was my first stint, but I think it's about 70 minutes on 110 liters. So, yeah, that car's pretty thirsty. I mean, we make some of our time in straight line speed. So
that's almost your 2-hour limit for a driver, being driver limited, so it works well.
Yeah, so if we get a Code 60, if we can get in with a Code 60 fuel and then a full fuel, then it's max drive time. So, but yeah, I mean, I was a little worried that, again, it's a big track with not as many cars. So I was nervous that it'd be like, okay, I'm driving around, but I had fun. It was cool.
You look like you have. You've never stopped smiling since you got out of the car. Great to speak to you, Brett. I look forward to talking to you later on the race. Look forward to talking to you later on.
Oh, sorry, say it again?
I said I look forward to you talking to you later on. I bet you're still smiling.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Thanks, guys.
Oh, you can hear me. Good, because I face my cameraman, so that's the only slight problem. Yeah, that's the car. I was going to say, oh yes, the Wolf Powers car's gone out. That's a major failure of the clipping system. They've obviously just done a big amount of work to replace the diff, and they put the bonnet back on again, small amount of tape, and it just pinged up on the gas against it. Absolutely not you can do about it. They're now leaning back again. The other, one of the other TCR car come in, the BBR come in to service. Car was in, and that was actually right rear problem, not tyre problem, a right rear hub and brake issue. So that was in the pits for a few minutes with James Kay on board, but that's now left again, probably a loss of 2 or 3 laps. I'm kind of high. So just to make sure we're going to hit. Why don't I take this back in the pits again, unfortunately? Quite sure the problem. Stefan Perez. Is it a vibration, or is it a problem that's causing worse issues than that?
We don't know exactly. I don't feel the same vibration. It seems to not be the same problem. We check. We don't know. Sorry.
That worst thing of all, where you have a problem, it's causing you a problem, but you don't know what the actual problem is or how to fix the actual problem. They've worked on both sides of the left-hand side of the car here, John. Also, the Wolf Power cars, they appear to have fixed the bonnet issue, which is a weird one because it's actually not leveraged from the front, but they're now kind of wandering around looking perplexed at the front right of the car, which is a bit odd because they just fixed that. So I don't know whether they've in all the repairs they've done, they've broken something else. No. Yeah, so that's it. Looking at it now, it doesn't appear, I'm not looking at the bonnet right now, why that would ever have happened, because the hinges are attached. And they didn't take them off, because obviously the bonnet opens super wide, so there's no issue about doing the gearbox work and the different work they were doing. Right now, there's a man, they're kind of laconic. They're laconically prodding a couple of the structural parts of the car. By that, I don't mean the chassis parts. If you think about if you think about the kind of the areas they hang things off, the kind of the lighter piece of metal where you hang off the lights, you hang off the radiators, you hang off. They are, but it's bolted obviously onto the chassis legs. But this is this other area. But that's exactly all those sort of areas and the lower areas. There's just four guys looking at it. There's a man who's got an angle grind. So. But there's not, this would be a joy for any of the Discovery Channel repair shows because they can just show some angle grinding. But I think the big problem is they're not using an iPhone torch. That's the issue. But genuinely, there's four guys sitting there looking perplexed. The drivers aren't in the garage anymore. They're probably just fed up. It's a little handheld one. No, they're not. I think the problem they're working on now, which doesn't seem particularly linked in any way to the bonnet, is they're just trying to work out this stay, which is the holding stay, which goes back to their original issue of the under tray. Whilst all these parts look brand new, they're obviously having an issue on the right-hand side with that stay. They're looking at it. They've measured. They've got out one of these machines, which is hang on a second. It's a dual-axis digital angle protractor. They've got a digital protractor they're using on the whole situation. So. They obviously are not in a hurry because they're very last, and they're going to stay very last unless someone else breaks down. So, yeah. So, I think they decided they're going to fix it properly. Maybe fix it properly, do a few laps, stick it back on the trailer for January. But so the lack of drivers in the pits is quite telling, I think, because all the previous problems, we've had no shortage of drivers in the pits. John, we're about to do the first presentation. Hello there. Yes, we're about to do the first of a couple of presentations we've got today. Actually, 3 in total to be by the end of the race. We are waiting for the delivery of that most important thing. What is the most important thing in the world, John? Cake! Cake is the most important thing, and we are waiting for the delivery. And here comes a cake, because this is what we need. This is your life, Charles and Charles. If you could stand, please, to receive that most wonderful things. It's cake for 50 races. So for 50 races of CREVENTIC, you have achieved a Charles and Charles. Congratulations on your 50th. Well, I'm definitely a piece of that. I quite like some of the bits on the side. As I said, the most important thing in life, it's not racing, it is cake.
Well, I don't know. They're tied. They're pretty close together. But yeah, the cake that's beautiful. That's really nice of them. We appreciate everybody with CREVENTIC for all the things they do, but that's really nice to take note of that.
Let me ask you, what's your first memory of CREVENTIC races? What do you remember when you think about CREVENTIC races? What do you think about?
I have to think back. I think the first memory I had was not getting to a CREVENTIC race that I was hoping to get to. But no, it's. I think that the first thing that strikes you when you get here is it's a little bit different kind of racing in that these folks are always trying to treat the drivers and us as friends and as a part of the race. So it's nice to be included and not just be something that's thrown aside as part of the presentation. You know, we're all sort of a group together putting this all together.
And Charles, if I was to ask you what your memory, what race do you remember most? What result, good or bad? What do you remember the most?
Honestly, the Portimao this year when we won overall finally for the first time was it really hit home. It brought a little tear to my eye just thinking about it because I mean we had missed it. You know, we'd been really close many times and. You know, that one just kind of stands out. But to reiterate what Charlie said, everybody at CREVENTIC is just fabulous. They make mistakes like everybody does, but they try to work and they take input from all the competitors and they make it a better place. And they're super sweet people. So we love to come in here.
Gary, as the man who was one of the 2 men behind the history that is CREVENTIC, how important is it to have people like Charles and Charles in the series?
Well, let me answer for you. It's really, really important.
Actually, all our customers are important. But what we like from this team is actually they are as a role model of what we like to do for a gentleman racing team. With a spirit you cannot believe. They are there every time. They have sometimes problems. They go on. In Portugal, they had their first overall win, and this is their 50th, so that's difficult. It is. So yeah, that's like, and there's not only about the drivers. There's about the team. And that's what we like about them. So they more deserve this.
Congratulations, thank you, Charles, Gary, thank you. And there's more cake. Oh, I think Peter's got an announcement. Sorry.
Well, this is actually just the beginning, because in Dubai we have a very special celebration for you both guys. And with a very nice surprise, can't tell you what it is, but it will be.
Is it another cake?
Another cake, you think? No, it's not another cake. No, it's not more cake. So you have to wait one more month, and you know what it is.
And they all have to tune in one more month to see what it is. Beautiful.
We'll just put the whole season on loop, and they won't be able to tune away.
Thanks, and thank you to you guys too, not just to the CREVENTIC group, but to you guys for bringing this so that our family, our friends, our fans, everyone can enjoy it, and it's a big part of the racing here. We love the coverage you guys give us.
Thank you ourselves at Radio Show Limited and O221. We are part of the CREVENTIC family as well, and we love working with you guys. So we should really get you a cake, shouldn't we, really? Guys, thank you very much, and someone needs to cut that. brakes now, I think. Oh. Yeah, they seem to have gone for brakes now. I think James Kay's out the car. He did do a couple of laps. Stefan hadn't really had a chance to drive to. A quick word with James. James, this is a very regular pit visit at the moment. What is the problem you're trying to get to the bottom of?
Okay, so the first problem was the rear hub. One of the bolts broke in the rear hub, which stopped us going. And then I went back out after we managed to locate the part. And then the big vibration from the front of the car. We thought maybe tyres, something, but now we're changing the brakes to see if this is the problem.
So the two things are unrelated, just happened in series?
It looks like it, yeah. Unless we have a gearbox problem and it's manifesting itself through the car on the brakes.
Ah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, hope not.
Thanks, James. Right rear puncture, boys. Yes, on the, so he's coming with the right rear puncture. They are doing a full service, driver change. Looks like his wheel comes off, yep, being quite safe on the, has very large rear disc brakes, isn't it, this Cayman? Very large diameter brakes. He's done a good job. He's not damaged anything. He's not left the cords all tied over the, in and around the rear hub. Just so you know, that whilst this isn't on the GT4, I did know the answer to the GT4 question earlier as well, but I couldn't shout at you from two booths away. But you know, It's not often I know trivia about sports cars, but I knew that one. So the old 5 nuts are going on. Interestingly, he's got a little bit of damage there. He's managed to lose half the light cover. I don't know how he's done that. That's a weird impact when you've got a bit of light cover missing. Let's see if I can grab a quick word with Andres Bakarud, who I do believe does rallycross. I'll get this one right. Andres, was it part of your inability to stay on the track because you like being off-road so much, why you got the Porsche, why you got the puncture?
No, it wasn't me, was it? I don't know. No, I mean, we're quite some off on the pace, so we're out there trying to push our hardest, and I think we were like on the limit of everything. So being a little bit off there, it's calculated.
So you had a puncture as you came in. Had that happened quite late in the lap?
Yeah, it happened after turn 4. So yeah, I don't know what really happened, but I think it's been going on for a longer period of time there. Patrick had the same in his stint, so I couldn't be any worse.
Well, you had a look at the car on board, and it seemed quite lively. Is it quite loose?
It is. Yesterday, actually, yesterday it was very loose. Today it's very understeering. I think the temperature and the wind changes a bit, and yeah, struggling a bit with the front there, trying to squeeze everything to get the rotation in the car, and that tends to drag the corners out a bit over the curves and exit.
Great stuff. Thank you, Andres.
Thank you.
Also, we've had the leader in. I think we've had the leader in. Yeah, CP Racing came in whilst we were chatting to Andres. My guess from when we were giving the cake away is that Joe Foster was suited and booted, so I think he's taken over. So it's been a full service, and they are now at the fuel station. Down with the 429, full service for that it's very pretty, this particular Aston Martin. I think they are colour dependent. When you go lively on the Aston colours, not as good as when you have a nice sober look on this one. So just my opinion, what can I say? Elias getting David Holloway. I think was it Bradley Ellis who's in the car and absolutely ragging it, wasn't it? Yes. Just trying to see what they're going to do about the issue of the air release, because I saw the thing. Oh, they're making up a tie wrap fixing. We're only the torch short now, so they're making tie wraps to make up for the air release. So they've had to think about it. As you can see, the bonnet's up. That's what they're doing. Sorry, the boot's up. Sorry, that's what they're doing. The trunk for our American listeners and viewers. You get a nice view of the massive fuel tank that sits where the rear 2+2 bench seat would be. Down it goes, and you can see they've now got a nice bit of. And look, he's going to pull it. Is it going to work? Tie wrap-tastic. Oh, it always works. And off they go. I'm going to try and grab a quick word with Bradley as he's got out. He can be chuffed about the fact he's gone 3 seconds faster than qualifying. Let's see if we have a quick word with Bradley. Just say, you are live. Please do not swear. So you managed to go. You're going 3 seconds a lap faster than you were in qualifying. Is that just because you've worked out where the track goes, it's cooler, or you're unbelievably good?
No, it's 1/10 quicker, but 3 seconds quicker than the average.
The average. Yes, that one. Of course, it was 3. Anyway, so obviously the car is coming into its sweet spot.
Yeah, we found something in that extra test after qualifying, which made the car.
Sorry. So explain. So you found the sweet spot of the car.
Yeah, the qualifying was the first time I drove the car in real anger. You know, I did a few laps in testing to get the boys going, and I wasn't that happy with it. So we tried something in that extra night practice that was after qualifying, and we found a lot more consistent, stable car. Didn't feel like there was any more grip, just there was a lot more stability, more confidence inspiring. It felt like you could just do those lap times every lap.
And is it getting easier with the temperature down, the sun coming down?
Good at the start on new tyres, so it was feeling nice. So I'm looking forward to the night stint later.
Great stuff, thanks Bradley. So yeah, so it's a more positive excitement here. So, but their car actually is working very well. If there's no team members, then it must have been pulled in because he knew he was on fire. Well, no, because you need team members to serve your penalties. So he must have known there was a problem, pulled it into where he thought it was a safe place, and there was great, incredibly good thinking from the young man. So he obviously knew where to come in and where there was going to be a fire extinguisher in the pit lane. So he must have known there was a problem. It did seem very smoke and not much flame. But there were two colours of smoke. There was white smoke and deep brown smoke. Car itself, home's okay. See if I can just grab a quick word with him. That looked very dramatic. What happened?
Basically just caught fire. I don't know quite what happened yet, but...
Did you come into the penalty box because it caught fire, or did it catch fire as you arrived at the penalty box?
No, I came into the penalty box because it caught fire, because there's a fire extinguisher there, so...
That's great thinking. So, but the car, was it still performing okay, or did it lose power, or it just suddenly flames?
It just suddenly caught fire. We were running fine, and then all of a sudden, big bang, and then caught fire.
So you weren't due in the pits, but you just saw in the rearview mirror all the smoke?
Well, no, I felt it. It was a big bang.
Oh. Big bang's never good. Well, great thinking, mate. Well done. Congratulations. Well, and also bad luck, of course. If it's a big bang, that sounds like something is no longer attached where it should be in the rear of the car, and it's an oil fire, would be my guess. We can probably trundle down with them and wait for them to take the engine cover off, but I'm going to predict this is terminal. Yeah, it's oil. It's oil. So I think what they're concerned about now is pushing it down the pit lane if it's leaking. No, it seems okay. Oh no, there we go. Look, massive amount of oil. Oh, that is no longer a complete engine. I haven't got to taste that. I know what that is. That's engine oil. Oh, this is quite nice. Like a bit of, I'll just help with there. Yeah, so that's not good. That's a car that at best has blown an oil line, and at worst has blown an engine. believe in deja vu? It's a puncture for the 44 on the right rear. I don't know how many this is, John. Is this 4? 5? Either they don't learn or they have set this thing up wrong. Oh well, fair enough then. Again, every single time. They are doing... That'd be a shufti, but it's... The actual bodywork seems okay, and there's nothing protruding that I can see. I'm sure they would have checked many times in that wheel well, but it's another flat tyre. A wave of frustration from Miro. Waiting for the other driver to come in. Miro's handing over to one of his teammates, but they aren't quite ready. They've decided this sets in with their driver change as well. But yeah, the problem is, of course, you get a puncture. It's not a planned stop. But yeah, so well, I'm sure they've got plenty of hours to lose more tyres. Yeah, it is Mr. Velasco. Driver change. Yes, Simone de Castro got out. Fabrizio Broggi has got in. I'll give you a chance to the Italian. Of more significance, out the corner of my eye, whilst that was going on, I noticed the garage door of the 714 Raison More Than Racing KTM. The garage door came down. Normally that is, of course, the traditional we've given up and retired. However, it doesn't quite work as well here because, look, they got Perspex windows in all the garages. We can still see what's going on. It's like, you know, you put your garage door down, I can still see everything at the bottom. But yeah, the engine's been blown. Not good. Bit of background on that 188. That's been a regular pit visit to the AC Motorsport car. They've been doing some sort of elimination. It came in, it just put a front left on. Then it came in again, they just put a rear left on. So they've obviously tried to work out where this vibrations come from. And theoretically, it's worked. stopping in the pits. He's not just fueling, John. He's not just fueling, John. They're doing a full, I say full service. He's got a front left tyre. Yeah, they're doing the dance of the Thousand Veils and putting 4 tyres on in a skippy way. Driver not getting out, so they are staying with the driver. Yeah, but he's getting a nice fresh set of boots. He'll pick up half a tank of fuel because that's all you're allowed under code 60. And off he goes. That car looks very, it must be an optical illusion, but it looks like it's running low at the back. I assume it's just a combination of orange and black makes it seem lower than it actually is. Here comes CP Racing. They've also stopped in the pit. Don't forget that Joe Foster's only been in there for a very short amount of time. He's also getting a new set of boots. I suppose at this point, well, it's been about 25 minutes since he went in. They're saying, right, we'll go the whole way. You'll get the 2 hours. Off you go. So he'll now come in, top that back up. That'll be over full, because don't forget that these cars will start with 120 litres of fuel, even though they may only be allowed to refuel 105 or 110, because you have a 120 litre endurance tank. So they can actually get overfilled from where their theoretical maximum is, if that makes sense. That particularly, if you are going to start following our events more often, which dear Creventic for you should do, that really comes into play in the first stint in Dubai, where the Porsches normally lead after an hour and 20 minutes, don't they, with their massive tanks. Yes, with Red Camels, yes, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I couldn't combine all my vehicles and my house and get over there, so that's more of an issue. Plenty of stoppers, mostly for fuel. I have seen the 909 Red Camels Jordan car has picked up a bit of tyreage as well. The 188, that was, of course, our leading, in fact, only clean running TCR car, the BBR machine, that's come in as well. Quick brief stop at the pits, then pick up some fuel. So most of these people are taking fuel. I think the 450 is doing a full service. That's the BMW Jorgensen Storm racing car. But yeah, it's not the panic you normally see. I think they've kind of worked out this is going to be a lap or two. So if you get the information that the pumps are full, you hang on. One thing I did see, I can tell you that the Cayman is going to be serving a penalty, because I saw a Renauer, who could be our Renauer, running up to time it. So I kind of want to have a word, but I feel I can't just continue my rest of my life saying which one are you. Though interestingly, what has happened is the Cayman has overshot the penalty box. I'm not quite sure what's happening now. I think he overshot it. Someone else has gone actually into the penalty box. I think they've moved it backwards a bit. So I'm not sure whether this is going to count. Robert or Alfred is trying to make it count for the Cayman, and he's now going to go and have a chat with the people in timing and scoring. Go, look, honestly, first of all they'll say, "Who are you?" And then they'll go, "All right, then. So we'll let them off because you did stay stationary there 15 seconds in completely the wrong place, but not in anyone's way because his pit lane's super wide. Another plus point for this environment." I must say, this track is brilliantly well designed. It really is. I mean, I think the only other track I've seen, which is as well designed, and Phil might disagree with me because he's got more noise. I think Yas Marina is very well designed as well. Well, no, because it's got the behind it. It's not got 10,000 spaces of car park. It's got 10,000 yachts. Where, of course, you still haven't berthed your yacht. It's still in Ipswich, isn't it? Discount berthing for John. Oh, 30 metres. It's less than Ipswich. All makes more logistical sense. Istanbul makes more sense logistically because you've got to come from Australia to Baku. update? Yes, I have an update on the 714 Razzoon More Than Racing KTM Crossbow. First things first, I've got a picture of the hole in the crankcase where something came out of it, which is very exciting. But secondly, they're doing a gearbox engine change. They may have shut this, that's just to make things easy, because they are going to try and get the car back out again. So they are changing everything, and yeah, so it did go bang in a big way. Yeah, this is unique. It's the first left rear we've seen go down. Perhaps they found a new curve to go over. There's still only one rear light. Yes. It's only got one rear light, I noticed. But yeah, that one was, again, what it basically is now is they've got very, very good at driving on 3 wheels. So they're bringing the car back with no damage whatsoever. A lot of practice. Is that the 6th one? I think it's the 6th. Yeah. Gorski's got in. Gorski has got in. What is his first name? I do apologize. John. hello. Lovely. Well, I came down, I'll be honest, after my little break, and the sun was going, I thought, oh, I'm going to need an extra layer. But no, it's lovely. It's really pleasant. It's, I think, 17, 18 degrees, you know, and having a lovely time. Just had a very quick chat with Jean-Francois. There are no gearbox issues with that car. Apparently, I'm not sure if this is off the record or not, but Greg obviously has a little bit of, finds it a little more difficult at night with viewing. But it's quite lit. So, yeah, so it's fine. It's working okay. Yeah, we had the ARC Bratislava car, which remarkably didn't seem to have a puncture, to be honest. So well done them. But they are having a good old look at the right rear that's come off. Whether they were getting a warning on it, I don't know. They're doing a full service anyway. We're all having a look at the tyre now. Oh no, it was going already. It was just about to go. It hadn't gone, but it was just about to go, and they're waving at the Hankook tyre man. So yes, that was already showing stress on the inside shoulder, but hadn't gone on the right rear. Yeah. In Vortex, it's going in the pits. It's managed to avoid the pits for so long, and now it's going in the pits. It's rolling back as we look at it. It's no, it's going to clear. It's fine. It clears. They're having an issue with the slight step of their entry point, and they are now. Nathan Freak didn't bring in the Vortex. Yeah, that was fuel only. He went through for fuel only stop on that one. Yeah. They have. They've taped round it. So obviously they lost it at some point earlier because they've. Sorry, Seb. They clear the tape. Let's have a look. So it's a big old smoke here on the rear left. So it's probably, he says, is it a braking problem? That smoke coming from the engine? No, it is a braking problem on the rear. So they've cooked the rear brakes in some way. But they run now to get some air and cool it down. But up until now, the Vortex has been going particularly well. I thought. They hadn't seen any sign of a problem. Yeah, I think it's the rear that's certainly. Yes, but just to confirm, the 450 with Nathan Freak on board, the BMW, that just came in for fuel only. So he trundled down the pit lane and got another slurp. Assume so he can make his full tour. The Vortex is about to get definitely a new disc, and my guess is the whole lot. Dry brakes, and it won't take a dry brake system, so they won't have too many problems. I think we're about to get the second place car in as well, actually, John. The all-Dutch machine, all-Dutch driver machine, GP Elite, no relation to Max Verstappen, as we now know. Yeah, that car's going to be on in a moment. Oh, yeah. Yes. They seem to have pad there. I think they do seem to have pad there still, Phil, but it doesn't necessarily mean there hasn't been some sort of seizing that's happened or something's moved within the brake. And you're absolutely right, those little embers are quite impressive, aren't they? The embers are quite impressive. But, yep, here he comes in. Look at full service, including driver change. I can see it. Bang, hit the spots. Just trying to see who's going to get in. Obviously, it would be one of the Van Kujic, because it has to be, doesn't it, really? It's D Van Kujic who's got in. Marvellous long distance in the dark reading of belts. Lucas is out. Pretty standard stop. Belt being done up. Are they going to manage to do the thing where they can get all the tyres done? No. So wasn't too long. Still looking down at the belts, about to fire the car up. This is all wasting time. You could be going already. And off it goes. So another Porsche back into the race and a full driver change. Yes, but I couldn't even get in at the road car. Though at that point, you hadn't worked out there was a seat adjuster. I kind of let me in, and kind of crawling through, moving my old inflexible body, and then goes, oh, guess what, Nick? I found there was a seat adjuster 2 days later. Somebody like you with a very high voice. That is true. The thing you have to remember is I've been stuck in many cars. I've been stuck in a GT1 car. I don't want to show off, you know. I'm handing over to Joe. I'm handing over to Joe now, by the way.
Hello, boys. I'm back here. It's quite a nice night here. It's not too cold and it's not too warm. Ideal racing conditions as the 930 completes what is, I can only describe as a very, very straightforward pit stop. They've changed driver, they've changed tyres, and the car is off to its fueling station. Let's have a look at the tyres. A little bit of pickup from the fronts there. That's all. And I think that's only the left front really. That's got a bit of pickup. The right front's clear. So yeah, pretty straightforward, the 930. Who's just got out? Is it Ali that's just got out? Because I think I might be able to get a chat with him. He's been working very hard. Ah, right, okay. Yes, there he is. He's just got his helmet off. Let's see if I can have a chat to him. How are you? You working hard? Let's come and have a chat to you. I've got my cameraman here. That was Ibrahim, that looked like a pretty straightforward pit stop. You guys are going round and round, but there's been one or two incidents we've noticed. You didn't go unnoticed. Was that you, Spud?
Yeah, I just been, I think, early in the game. I was trying to pass one of the TCR cars, and my front was out. So I'll try to kind of turn it with the throttle and kind of give it too much. I'm sorry, I don't hear the whole question, but I still hear the gearbox.
You heard exactly right, man. This is your local track, isn't it?
No, I'm from Qatar. I'm here to participate in the first race here in Kuwait. What an amazing track. Great hospitality, great organization. The track is absolutely amazing. The elevation, the turning, everything is really marvelous. The track is really amazing. This won't be the last time I come here.
Yeah, it's kind of, this place kind of complements the Middle East region for motorsport, doesn't it?
Exactly. We've been having like great track openings so far, and I think this is a great addition to the tracks we have here in the GCC.
What are you planning on coming back with? I mean, obviously the 12 hours or the 24 hours of Kuwait, perhaps.
Yeah, so this is a preparation for the 24-hour Dubai. We're really, anxious to go there, and hopefully that's going to be our first 24-hour. This is actually my first endurance race, first time in my life to do an hour 50. So I can barely hear you. I hope I'm answering correctly. So
you are answering correct. So a completely different challenge then. What's the biggest difference in the challenge that a longer race brings, and of course working with a teammate?
So for all my career, I've been doing sprints, so mostly maximum about 30 minutes, the longest race we had. So this is the first time I do an hour 50. So, and it was not in a Porsche Cup either. So that was a huge change also. So it was a great experience. It won't be my last, hopefully.
Was it a surprise how you feel after 1 hour 50?
It's as fun as I expected, let's say that. But yeah, it's I didn't expect it to be this tiring, but I can handle it. Can't wait to go out again.
Yeah, and you are going out again?
Yes, it was absolutely.
Great stuff. Well done, Ibrahim. Welcome to endurance racing.
Nice talking to you. Thank you.
confusion here. Well, the 930 pulled off the penalty box, as you described. He's gone straight by his pit box. And that is a driver waiting to get into that car, isn't it? He's drove straight past and gone into fueling. And there seems to be a bit of confusion as to whether or not, but mainly from the driver who's saying, why am I standing here kitted up? And there was some sort of conversation went on. I'm just going to ask him if that's his car that has gone by. That's exactly what I'm going to say. Are you getting into the 930?
Sorry?
Are you getting into the 930?
No.
Ah, you're for another car. Very confusing, all you guys in the same suits. There you go.
No radio communication, so it's all confusing.
Ah, so the 930's got no radio?
No.
Right, but that's not your car?
Also, my car has no radio now.
So nobody's got any radio? Yeah. So how are you communicating, you guys?
Board.
The old board, yes, that's how they used to do it in my day. So are you getting ready for your car? What, you're in the 929?
Yes.
Right, yeah, that explains it. I can't tell who you are under your helmet.
Khalifi.
Khalifi. Right, okay. I'll leave you to your pit stop. Hopefully you saw the board. That's the thing about, I've worked for teams, and you put the board out, the driver never sees it.
I have to go outside and show.
You'll have to hang off and wave. Best of luck. He's gone back, right, so the crew member has gone back up onto the pit wall. This is old school stuff. And he's hanging the board again. And he's been waiting here ages, so I thought, oh, he's got to be in the 930. And of course the 930 goes by. The only confusion is not with the team, but with me. It happens. It happens. I think now they think what. Abdullah Ali Khalafi, who we were just speaking to there. Yeah. A Renault brother has just run by me down to the penalty box. So that car may be coming in with a puncture, but it's going to take up a penalty. Honestly, man, you can't tell them apart. And especially if you haven't seen them. 4900s as well. Yeah, as that car pulls in, the 909, the Red Camels Jordan car with Luke Breukers at the wheel, he's just took on new tyres and he's off already and into refueling. Meanwhile, the Lion Speed car has made it back. Well done. Well done to get that car back with that delaminating tyre just destroying itself. He has not damaged the rear end of this car in any way, shape or form. And the new wheel's gone straight on. I'll have to readjust my position. No. I'll tell you what that probably was. So it's leaning, the corner weight of the right rear is affecting the left front, and it's took the weight off the left front. Sorry? All right, okay. The car has now made its way off the apron and heading to fueling, and the tyre's been inspected by Ben from Hankook Tyres. It's just one of many, many punctures that we've had here. I found something quite unique down here. It's very unique. It's entirely unique. Understand what I tell you? I found an American driver who doesn't want to be interviewed. That is unique. Is that like almost being pregnant? Just shy, I think, which is like, huh? I said to him, "You are American, aren't you?" Yeah, standard procedure here. I say standard procedure, and then they're going to completely change the procedure. Well, it was standard procedure up until they pushed it back into the pits. So they've replaced the punctured right rear corner, which is standard procedure, and now we're being pushed into the garage, which is not standard procedure. So I'm wondering if it's going to be a brake change. So stand by, callers. I'll keep you informed. The car, there's no urgency about the team as well. Let's talk to Erko. Erko, is there a problem with the car now?
It's 8 punctures. 8 punctures, I think that is very dangerous for us. And I spoke with Hankook. Hankook told me that tires is perfect. I never have that problem. I don't know, but 8 punctures is not normal.
It must be very disappointing.
We will see, we check.
Could you walk out of the pits with me, Mirko? Just the microphone won't reach.
Okay.
It must be very disappointing to have to come here and this happen.
We never have that problem. Last year we was in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, no one puncture. This year I don't know why, same car, 8 puncture, it's a dangerous. It's a dangerous. We look now, what can be, maybe we can go outside, but for this series on this track, I don't know. But I think it's risky.
Yeah, we understand that. It's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that. But we understand exactly what you're thinking.
8 punctures is a lot. It's really a lot. Thanks.
Thanks, Michael. Vortex. Well, I'm at Vortex, the Vortex V8, and it's about to be ready to come out. But more importantly, we've got another celebration and another cake to celebrate, and it's the 50th race of Lionel Amarouche, and we've got to celebrate. Lionel at the back of the garage is being awarded his cake. Bridge door, and then we can maybe have a chat to him and unveil the cake, which is so hopefully have a French-English translator that will to my French is very so it would be a very, very short conversation with Lino. So Lino's just coming to the front of the garage. Bonsoir, Lionel. Congratulations. I need. You speak English? Pity. Can I bring you out here? So, Lionel, you have done. Can someone translate? Can someone tell Lionel this is a cake to celebrate 50 races with the series?
50. Really?
50.
Oh, 50.
There you go.
Oh, very, very good. It's very funny. Oh, what a surprise! Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Gary, if I could bring you and it's Gary from CREVENTIC, the race organizers.
Lionel Amarouche, it's a pleasure to have you so many times. We are so proud you're coming every time. It's a really big effort. I know it's a hard job to do it every time, 24 hours, 12-hour race, but we really appreciate to have you as a regular customer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much too. It's a very good pleasure for me to make a race in this team first and CREVENTIC. It's a very, very good race. Thank you for you.
I'm going to disappear now, guys. I'm going to go off with Monsieur Amarouche with the cake and make sure that he can put it somewhere safe. You know what? No, mate. I've been doing this a long time, Nick. The thing is, Lionel Amarouche has been a driver, and the Vortex team, I know they've been recipients of the Spirit of the Race Award for their just dogged determination to keep this car going, and it really is the epitome of what this series and what endurance racing is all about. It's, our tag is hashtag this is endurance, and if there is a team and a set of drivers amongst them leading the charge at Vortex, is Lionel Amarouche. And the thing is, this car has been in the pits. You guys will be able to confirm exactly how long this car has been in the pits and losing time. It doesn't deter them. They just go about their work, and they go about it doggedly, and it's still second in GTX. So I am going to see it on the podium at this stage. But the car has got a laptop plugged in. They're just resetting something in the engine management, and I have heard it fire up a few moments ago, so it's not going to be long before the Vortex is back out there. Which is not, for a Vortex, that's not long really, is it? Well, I'll keep you guys updated. I've got some good news of another car that's about to come out as well. That's had a full engine and gearbox change, and that's the Razzoon Racing entry, the KTM. Yeah. Nick, I think Nick did report that was what the plan was. I think that's about to... Ron's taken over the camera responsibilities, and the car, I've been told, is about to be readied. Heran Kurajalu. Heran, it's I've heard that your car is almost ready. Is that correct?
Yes, it is nearly ready. Yeah.
What a job by the team.
Yeah, it's an amazing job by them, and I wasn't actually expecting it to be ready this quickly, but they've done an amazing job to get it done.
You are still going to do a lot of laps. I mean, there's still a lot of race left, so you are going to get a lot of track time for you and your teammates still.
Yeah, definitely, and there you go, it's running. So I think that shows how good this team is. They've done an amazing job to get this car repaired, engine back in, everything's been done, so it's really good.
It's as if we rehearsed that for our TV interview. Here I am talking to you, and the car fires its lights up and sounds its engine. Great stuff. I'll leave you to get back on with the team. But it can't be long before the 714 rejoins. Its lights are ablaze. It's still on the jacks. They're just running through a few final checks before we see the car back out. But I'm told by that's imminent. Vortex out on track. Guys, we've got the Razoon car coming out. Yeah, because the Razoon Modern Racing KTM has just been wheeled out onto the pit apron, the car 714. It's had a complete, this is the car, remember, that you guys described having been the full rear end, the engine destroyed itself, and it was then covered in fire extinguishant, which, if anybody's run a racing car, will know that it's not a very nice thing to happen to your race car. Well, they've cleaned it off, they've found a brand new engine and gearbox, and that's the car in the background that makes its way out on track. And a big round of applause from the team behind me, and a great effort from the Razoon More Than Racing team. Fabulous effort.
Just under 5 minutes into this code 62, things happening at the moment. We're covering the 450 from turn 6, and we have some track repairs on the curve on the exit of turn 20, where we will need a lot of that tyre damage a while today.
So the team think. So the team think they've run out of fuel, but they think it's more of a computer glitch or error. It's showing 13 litres, but they think it's run out of fuel, and they're not very impressed with the way that the tow truck pulled away. It's as if it was fired out of a cannon. Yes, yeah, it looks like. The thing about a flatbed, you usually have to pull it onto the flatbed. So like you guys have seen, it might have to be lifted. Yes, yeah. Nathan knows what he's doing, boys. And mechanic. Here's a one for you, boys. That might not be allowed out unless it refixes that towing eye. Depends on how stripped the threads are. Oh yeah, carried in me luggage. Yeah. Well, the cross member, what it attaches to, I suspect might be alloy, and so my money's on the the towing eye winning that stripping contest. No, I'll have a look at it when it comes in, and we'll have a chat to Nathan, and he can express his frustration. Yeah. mixed emotions as well for Century. They've lost the lead with the BMW, but gotten the lead with the Aston Martin. Yeah, makes it tricky at the end. Who do you cheer for? Yeah, I can't really see in there. There's a lot of. He put it around the top of the strut, where they hitched their toe strap to. I'm not sure they're going to bother with repairing that towing eye. They're just getting straight to work with the service. Well, they are servicing the car with driver. No, they can't. That's a very good point. They're going through the service. They're replacing driver. Yeah, not officially. We've seen that before. Brett Strom is taking over the driver's seat. Nathan Freak has gotten out. We've got new tyres on the car. The bonnet is shut. We haven't caused any issue. We're not going to bother repairing the towing eye. We're just going to hope that we don't have to be recovered again. And if we do need to be recovered, we know exactly where to hitch the towing eye to. So that's the thing. Now then, it's just about to come off the jacks. This is where we're going to fail. And yep, we're going to get pushed all the way to fueling. So this is the 450 getting back into it. Let's get some insight from Nathan when he's cooled down in more ways than one, I would imagine. Big lad. Yeah, I might give it 25. Got Nathan now. I didn't know whether to approach you there, mate. That's looked very frustrating from where we were. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was frustrating. I had a pretty decent stint then. I guess I was coming to the end of it, and just at the end of the straight after turn one, big splutter. Trademark run out of fuel signs, which is weird because we've got a pretty comprehensive fuel counter on the dash, and we're within at least 10 litres, I guess. So ground to a halt, and then obviously a bit of shenanigans getting the car recovered.
What exactly went on there?
The guy just pulled off with loads of slack in the ropes. Of course, as soon as it went slack, he just ripped our front tow hook clean off, and then chaos ensued. But thankfully, I get to get my hands dirty on the cars as well, and I knew which was a strong point. Had to check with Darren that it was okay to tow from there, and it was actually fine. So
I'm a bit of a geek, so I want to know where you towed from.
there's like a cross brace at the big strut brace bolts.
Across the top of the struts?
Yeah, it's fairly sturdy. Bolts in 3 or 4 places either side, so I guess that would be safe.
Good thinking. That's called desert tackle. It's quite literally.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, hopefully it's simple as put some fuel in it and carry on now.
Yeah, mate, I'll leave you to it. Thanks, Nith. Nothing's happening on it. He's pulled to a stop. There's no tyres readied. There's some attention going on now in the rear of the car, but it's not like a sort of a dynamic reaction to the car's presence. They were expecting the car in because they were ready to receive it, but so I'm perceiving from this that James Kay has identified an issue. He's brought the car in. The car's going up on the jacks, and they're going to find out what exactly the issue is. I'm trying to see by their reaction what the issue might be. They have. No, the only reason the door's open is to retrieve the camera. Yeah, that's all it was. It wasn't related at all. Because I thought something along those lines when I saw that, but we've only gone and took the camera out. There's nothing actually happening. James has got out of the car. He's walked to the back of the garage. Now, they're looking under the wheel arch at the rear. They're looking under the wheel arch at the front. So he's felt something. I'll see if I can grab James, even if he just tells me in my ear what it is. Got an update. Yeah, it's James' case, funny. So they're chasing that problem they've been chasing all night. And he's just said, the only thing we haven't changed is the driver, so we're trying that. Stefan Perrin is getting into the car. Now, Stefan told us earlier this is a brand new car. And that's why he was really, really peeved with the fact that there was such a problem. So it's still there, whatever it is. And it's been described as a big, heavy vibration, which is very disconcerting, I would imagine. based out here in Kuwait.
Yeah, temporarily based out here.
What brought you to the Kuwait Motor Town for tonight's race?
Say again?
What brought you here? How did you know the race was on?
MWR.
What's MWR?
It's military wellness and recreation. They let us know about events that are happening in the area. Yeah.
I bet you were excited by that. It's an international motor race, endurance race. Are you guys race fans?
Absolutely. Back home, huge NASCAR fan, so to get to see any kind of racing out here is amazing.
Oh, absolutely. More dirt track where I live, but yeah.
What's your favorite racing?
Well, I actually have family back home who races locally, so it's a lot of fun going out and watching them race on the local tracks.
Good point. Where is home exactly? Where's back home?
Maine.
Maine, up in the northeast. Yeah. Where are you from, sir?
From Kentucky.
New York.
Well, all right, so you two are neighbours, aren't you, really? So tell us, what's your thoughts on your race fans? What do you think of the facility, what they've done here in Kuwait? It's fabulous.
It's great out here. I was impressed when we got here and saw the track. It's pretty impressive.
Are you guys staying long?
I think we're going to stay as long as we can.
Well, don't forget, there's a massive podium celebration where, the trophies are going to be presented and everyone's welcome. So stay around for that, yeah?
Hopefully they allow us to. We'd love to see it.
It's great to have you guys here. And of course, they're here supporting the USA in the form of CP Racing, our American team. So so far, so good, but we'll not say anything else, guys? We'll just keep our fingers crossed. Great to have you here. Welcome.
Hello there, John. It's me again. The ever visiting 188 is back in again, the AC Motorsports car. Now, they've had an impressively long stop. So basically, they came in before you started the rundown and the highlights. They're just about to go out now. And the stop consisted of a man lying on the floor looking at all parts of the car without actually doing anything. And then, right at the end, they put some more duct tape on the bonnet. So I think they still have no idea what's wrong. Well, yeah, this is the thing. I think they've kind of worked out it doesn't feel quite right. Just watch that video. It's great, isn't it? I'm looking forward to next year as well now. Yes, really, I think they have no idea what's going on. If you look at the detritus layer, they've got discs, they've got pads, they've got all sorts of things. It just isn't feeling quite right. Also, whilst you were doing the rundown, in complete opposite, the BBR car came in, the 159 Cupra, and had an absolute standard stop and went on its way, and I assume it's now, what, 25 laps ahead? 30 laps ahead? BBR car's lead in class. thing again. Yeah, it's just sitting there. They're doing nothing. I assume what's happening is the man in the car, which is Stefan Perrin, is pressing some buttons or something, or doing Control Alt Delete, because they are sitting there with one of the mechanics making small hand gestures, polite hand gestures, let's quite clear, and the man standing there with getting further. I don't know really whether they have any idea what's wrong with the car. My guess is no. Yeah, down with the 331, which I'm going to ask you. I assume this is the one that's got more power. The more power car. Absolutely. Michael Bonk gets out and Herman Bock gets in. You've got to be careful with those ones, I can tell you. Michael's wearing an incredibly attractive, I don't know if Ron can show it, an amazing Harlequin suit there. Look at that. Look, he's got every single colour under the sun there in the suit. It's like one of those, remember that Volkswagen Polo you could buy for a while that had the Harlequin colours? Mark Blundell, yeah, the same thing. Absolutely. Let's see if Michael will have a quick word with us. Oh, we'll just watch this one go past us. Okay, Michael, we can't miss you in the pit lane. Very colourful.
Yes, it's so. You look here. Actually, is the colour of you, eh?
You're driving in two cars. They're very similar, but slightly different with 100 horsepower. How different are the two cars to drive?
The brakes is different, and yes, the horsepowers, and yeah, it's the same car. Also the same car, but brakes and but horsepowers. It's faster. The car is 20 kilometers faster, but for the lap time, 2 seconds.
Is it easy to go from one to the other, or does it take a while to adjust?
It's easy. It's easy. It's nice. Great track. It's very fun. It's nice here.
Michael, thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Michael Bog. The 32, yeah. I think it's left already and is into the fuel tank. I think it's gone to the fuel bowsers now. There's nothing on the apron, though the 429 Century Motorsport Aston Martin is just coming to its pit stop now. The 116, which is the Wolf Power, much delayed TCR car, that is, I think, just going for fuel. I don't think it stopped in its pit. So, yeah, so Century Motorsport getting a full service, and I'm not sure if it's a driver change. He's getting tyres, and they will take fuel and hopefully put the cap on properly. No major panic around the 32 garage, just another parter. What, the 32 or the... Sure. a word with Jesse Van Click. With the Jesse Van Click just out of the third. Jesse, first of all, you seem to come in quite slow to the pits. Was the problem?
Yeah, again a flat tire. So, yeah, we're trying to guess or estimate where the end of the life of the tire is, but it's really difficult to say. I was in now more than an hour, so we had a lot of fuel because of code 60, and somehow it just, yeah, I don't know, it just goes. We've had, I think, 4 now. So
is it because you're wearing them out, or you've perhaps had 60 curb strikes? Do you know what it is?
We're really taking it easy, like we're not driving flat out. Turn 19, turn 20, we don't even go on any curb, like maybe the red-white stripes. But so to be very honest, it's really also not nice to drive because you have to hold back all the time.
When you have been out there, the track now seems to be, apart from the curbs, in very good condition. It's a very good grip and everything.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we've been learning so much. For us, it's a new car and obviously a new track. So yesterday was a packed day already, but I think all of our 3 are getting to grips with the track and the car a bit more.
Now we're having one little problem. We aren't quite sure how to pronounce your name. How should we pronounce it?
Yeah, if you want to go Dutch,
we always want to go Dutch. It's cheaper.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, then it would be Jesse van Kuik. Kuik, yeah. I would also listen to Jesse Van Quick. I've been mentioned.
That's good, Van Quick.
Which is also fine. So
one more time, Van
Kuik.
Van Cook. Van Cook.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
I'm going to record that and play it back. Thank you for talking to us. Thank you, Jesse.
No worries. Thanks.
Van Quick. I think he's very tall, as is his teammate Mr. Grenville as well. So I'm just wondering whether the Porsche is a little bit tight for these very tall. Of course, the Dutch are the tallest country in the world, aren't they? By a large amount. The average height in the Netherlands is over 6 foot for a man now. Yeah, just saw the 491 Lion speed. They made a full service. Jose Garcia got out. Not quite sure who got in. They sneaked in behind me. Yeah, 491 the Lion speed. The Cayman that's actually managed to run without a puncture for a while. The thing I would say is, if you want to talk about headlamps, you should have seen the things that came on my TR4 vintage 1965. It was like a slightly wafty candle, sort of thrown ahead of you slightly. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. On the flip side though, my new car has full-on laser arc lights which will blind anyone for about 400 miles ahead, much like it's what it was modelled on, which is the 2016 P1 Audis, which were told to stop flashing your lights. Yeah. Yes, exactly the opposite end of the pitch from the 491. But luckily, Ron told me they were going to come in, so we got an early start. We're still 4 garages short, but they got full driver change and service. Well, Charles was always going to get out at this point. They got flashing LEDs themselves. Left-hand side of the car is green. Right-hand side of the car is blue. Can't tell you who got in, because I'm literally getting here as the car drives away. So one of their drivers has now replaced Charles Espinlove. I think it should possibly be Charlie Putnam. I don't think he's done his 2 hours yet. Was he? And at the start. Right. Not Joe Foster, so I'm looking at him. So it is Charlie. It's Charlie. Yeah. Yeah, so Charlie's in there now, as I can see. Disco, it's all on. It's the rage. Obviously, everyone's got the disco light message. A good quick word with Mr. Espinlove. Charles, some very quick laps towards the end.
Yeah, you know, the CP Racing guys give us a great AMG Mercedes. The Hankook tires are doing awesome. We made a little adjustment with them, and then they're working perfect. Love the track, obviously, and it's even better at night.
You did a 53.3. Is that a combination of now you've done enough laps to really learn the circuit and the circuit's coming to you?
Yeah, absolutely. The track's definitely coming in the evening. And, you know, every lap you do, you're trying, let me try this a little, let me try this a little, and it's getting a little better, and we're able to do that now and take care of the car. I think, obviously, there were some problems with people going over the curbs and using a little too much track earlier, so, you know, you learn. I mean,
well, you say you learn, but your chief rivals, the 32 car, just came in a few minutes ago with another puncture. Didn't lose too much time. What are you doing to avoid those punctures? How are you driving differently? What corners are you taking differently?
Can I tell you that after the race?
Tell me now, it's easier.
Yeah, but then
they're very tall Dutch people. They're not listening to anybody.
So it's just really taking care of the tire and not using a lot of the curbs. I notice a lot of the other guys are using a lot of the curbs, and I think there's some areas, since it's a new track, there's some sharp points on the concrete and stuff. And you know, we all know the Hankook can handle a lot of stuff, but I mean, there's no tire that's going to handle a puncture. So
if you were absolutely monstering this track, how much quicker would you go?
I was thinking about that. I don't know. You know, us old guys, we're not those guys that like throw it in anymore, but you know, it would have got us pole, I think.
Great stuff. Thanks, Charles. Good stuff. Charles Espinlove out of the 85 and left in the lead. Has the 32 taken over? Now it's got fuel, John. John. Yeah, the Red Camels Jordan car just came in and served a penalty. Now, I've not seen this before, but it actually had a countdown of the penalty on its numerical display at the front. You know the bit that normally says Evo and the number? Has that been, for a while they've been doing that? But what happened? What happened at the end is the team manager, despite the fact he counted down 10-1 on the numerical indicator, then had to show his iPhone stopwatch time as well, and so they all agreed that actually 10 seconds had been served. So, as you say, it's obviously an indication. It's not the actual. It isn't actually the official rule then that's happening, not the official timing. Wasn't stationary for long enough by about 0.3 of a second. Yeah. .714 is to my right. That's the. He's out. Yeah, the recently, repaired about an hour ago. New engine, new gearbox. All the fire extinguishers were knocked off. Ah, yes. It is a puncture, the 930, the rear right, unsurprisingly. It's very heavily shredded. It's kept most of its outer sidewall, but they've got some problems because that's thrown a few threads off and a few cords off. Now, they're lucky they'll get the wheel off and it's not tied itself around anything. They've managed to get away with the bodywork. It's now the big check is. Oh, no, and they've also taken out the air duct for the rear brake. So there's the brake duct, cooling duct is now no longer US. Now, I don't think I put the tyre on that. Even though I was going to decide I didn't want the air duct as they try and kick back the wheel well, that's got the propensity to flap about a bit. But, yeah, that puncture's not done anyone any good whatsoever. Smells bad too, so that's not helped them. Yeah, it's been snapped. It's now no longer contiguous. So they've had a couple of flailing ropes. Meanwhile, he has the 00. That seemed more standard. Harry's actually got out the car. The 930 is still there. They kind of worked out they don't want to just let it go with the broken rear brake air duct, so they are at least going to try and tie that duct up slightly. But you're asking for temperature issues. You've got no air going in there. They're running around. Yeah. Well, wheels off again. The initial mechanics, it'll be all right. Now they've decided that it won't be all right. Oh, torch. No, it's a bespoke torch. That's a real torch. There's a couple. It's disappointing. But yeah, so they've managed to get that. That's obviously that just shows you get a bit of bad luck. The tyre itself has weirdly stayed quite solid on the sidewalls, but shredded itself in the middle, and that's those flailing little cables of the tyre cord. It's all about the branding. It's all about the branding. Well, to be honest, if I was paying the amount they cost, I want made of enamel and etched in gold, to be honest. Yes, exactly. To be honest, John. Oh, that's the first.
That is a reasonable way off track.
30 was just in the pits. Okay, second place has come in, and interestingly, he's taken a single right rear tyre for safety's sake and going for fuel. So they've decided because they've lost 4 already and they don't know why, if they're going to extend this run, they needed 1 new tyre. So Lucas Gromveld's taken that, so the 32 team learning from the problems they've got and trying to work around them. They know they can do an hour on a tyre, and they've given Lucas now probably about an hour and 20 minutes of fuel. Actually, I don't think he stopped for fuel, actually. Just drove through. I don't think he stopped. Has he not left? Because there's a car that's just leaving. There must be 2 very similar Porsches, then, and he's being occluded by a different Porsche. So. This will be fuel. No, he's only been out 3 or 4 laps. It's this whole thing of brimming it. He wouldn't need half a tank either at this point. So he'll be brimming this, which will take Charles with fuel for an hour and 30 minutes. Half tank. Century Motorsport are going to be in a minute, and they're going to do a brake change, John, a pad change. So they've decided they can't do safely the 12 hours and one set of pads. And obviously, if you get a code 60 this time, this is the time to do it. It's half the cost, or less than half the cost actually, on this, which is quite a quick track, of a normal stop. By the way, sorry, John, you mentioned the hardy souls. It's really nice weather, by the way. It's lovely out here. I'm still in a single lane having a lovely time. So we're very pleased you're all here, but you're having a nice time with the weather as well. Worth doing it. It's still worth doing it. Its lap time is more than double under code 60, so your 10 seconds converted to 20 is worth it. We're down with Century Motorsport as they're doing a GT4 brake pad change, slightly different from the GT3 ones. Already. You're famous. I was chatting to, I was chatting to them. John, I was chatting to them earlier. We were in the lift together, and the one they had, their tracking drone, tops out at 150 miles an hour now. 5 seconds, and they said it gets too fast, I lose where it is. But they got some real speed in these things. Yeah, I would do, really. Pads going back on. It's quite interesting, actually, how these brake calipers are done. They've got two retaining bolts which go right through the back, and they pull that out, and that means you can push out the pads. So the pads go out the back, effectively, of the caliper. Do the old anti-squeezer, the spreader, and then put the new ones in, put the bolts in. So it's quite well done. been quite odd, actually. Also, there isn't a countdown on this one, so obviously it's just a Red Camels only. Because he came into the pits, stopped, and then half got out of the cockpit to chat to his engineer, then got back in again. This is the same car which about 10 minutes ago, perhaps a bit less, came down the pits, was kind of moving to move into its pit box, then got waved out. I thought, oh, it's going to have some fuel. No, just carried on going. So who knows? I do have one piece of actual news though from the pit lane. Yes. Top breaking news here from the Kuwait Motor Town. The 188 have given up. They can't work out what the problem is. They've parked the car. They're having a look at it, but I'm pretty sure, well, I'm sure that they will not be taking any further part because they just have no idea why it doesn't feel right. Horse's mouth. Okay. I have something. I actually links in what you're talking about. I have Ivo Breukers, so I can actually ask him. Ivo, what's the plan? About to be unlapped or re-unlapped by the 955? Let him go or fight him?
No, the plan is to drive as fast as possible and try to stay ahead of them. They have very fast drivers, fast car. So it's going to be very exciting because Rick is one of our fastest drivers. They still have a fast driver left, and next one with us is Luke. So it's going to be an exciting last hour, I suppose.
Has Rick been told to be careful on the curbs? There's been a lot of tyre problems with the Porsches.
No, we just say go fast. No, we didn't have any problems at all. Of course, we're looking for the curbs a little bit, but yeah, it's going well.
Talking about going well, I hear you've indulged in a completely new fitness regime for this race. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed. The last few months I did a lot of workouts and lost some weight, but also I was surprised how fit I came out of the car. I could have done another 5 stints if I wanted to.
Was it just you got fed up with both your sons beating you? You know, it's not having one faster, but two is just too much.
At least I know that I have some less kilos to take with me. So, but I found out it was not enough to beat them. So they're really very, very fast, and this track is extremely technical, really difficult. You need to be concentrated. It's fun to drive. It's a fantastic track, and I need to look into the data a little bit where I'm losing it.
Oh yeah, check the data. Thanks, Ivo. Great stuff.
You're welcome.
Yeah, just saying, yeah, we've got a complete group of cars, the 47 car, the car that's fighting now for second and third. That just came in for a quick shifty and then just took some fuel. Just about all the Porsches have come in. We've had the 450, the BMW is come in. Now the Century Motorsport Aston Martin, that is also in, but they take the bonnet off. So having a bit of a look inside the engine, giving it a chance. It looks like the problem they've got is actually some rubber grommetage. I think they've got a problem with a slightly ill-fitting bonnet rather than actually something that you take the bonnet off to fix. The BBR car has been, as you say, through for fuel. The EV Motors, the 955 Porsche, that's been sitting for a while. That's getting some work done in the passenger footwell at the moment. So they've, so that's. I'm going to wander down there. I think I've committed myself being this end of the pit lane. I'm not sure I'll be able to get up in time for the CP stop if it happens. But we've gone back to green, haven't we, by the sound of the engine. Willie Motorsport, EV Motor by Willie, no, start again. Willie Motorsport by EV Motors, they are doing a pad change. Yeah. Yep. So that's going on. So they're going to get a bit of the work done, and obviously as soon as this pit lane fills up, the purple stopped and it's gone. But just to point out that our leader did not stop and did not take fuel. Change. I'm watching from a distance. There is definitely a driver change. My guess is Shane Lewis will get in, as he is certainly theoretically the fastest of those four drivers. Well, they've got a mix about. Obviously, Charlie doesn't want to be in the car at the moment. They did take tyres as well. This car had a reasonable amount of fuel in it, so I'm not sure how much fuel it'll need. Let's just see if he does. I can't believe he won't stop for fuel. Watching him going down the pit lane now. So your late decision. Yep, it's gone for the fuel. with Charlie Putnam. That just looked like bad luck. I mean, where did that gravel come from?
Where did it come from? Well, actually, I had just passed a cup car coming onto the front straightaway, and believe it or not, those cars are faster than us with the lack of aero. They outrun us down the straightaway, and I saw him move out as we approached turn one. I said, no way he'll try that. We're way too fast for him to stick, and he just kept coming, and he finally threw it in there. Then he went to the brakes when he realized he wasn't going to be able to make the turn. It drove me all the way out into the nasties, and I made things worse. I got out there, of course, the car spun, and I said, well, I'm going to be fancy here. I know where I am. I know there's nothing back here to hit. I'll just let the car come around, pull a gear, and drive out, make a minimum of this. Well, I let it come around into the gravel, so I was stuck.
Pretty bad luck. I mean, just out of interest, how much longer would you supposed to be driving in the stint? You have another 20 minutes to go or so? Or?
Well, we had actually pitted me earlier into the Code 60, so I had a lot of fuel. But originally the plan was to run me about an hour, and I think I ran probably half that or less. So yeah, we would have preferred to stay out. That's really hurt our strategy quite a bit on that. But after you have that sort of an issue with the car, they want to come in, take a look at it, make sure it's safe.
Yeah, remember I suppose the ideal plan was you get you 2 hours to go and then put Shane into the end, obviously.
Well, actually, we were going to rotate Shane back in for a stint, and then Joe. So we're still on that. We still have the timing and drive time available to do that. So we'll still stick to the plan. It just ran my stint a little short instead of Joe's stint a little short. So, yeah.
Thanks for talking to us. Bad luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Second worst bit of a random gravel after when? What's the worst piece of random gravel in motor racing history? Lewis Hamilton, China. Absolutely right. 2007. Goes to F1. Sorry, loves. I'm not such a fan of the road car. You get stuck in it. Look how it happened, literally. Not even making it up. I know. I think I looked pretty good for all of 30 seconds. Yeah, we had 3 fuel-only stops. Roy, as you point out, the Century Motorsport car, Aston Martin. Yep, absolutely. And the Cayman, but I think I've just seen the Wolf Power car get pushed into the garage. No, I think it just did. Yeah, it just got pushed in the garage. It pushed in nose first. Not quite sure. I'd walk up the way. I'm down here really waiting for GP Elite, but I'll have to walk up the other way. Here comes the very slow 979. That's the car that caused all the trouble for CP Racing. They've come for fuel only. Obviously, having had a code 60 just 12 minutes ago or so, there's less takers for full service, but quite a few people thinking, yeah, I'll have half a tank of fuel, please. Me and Ron are going to go and see Wolf Power. It's not enough time, is it? So many hours it's not run, John. It can't possibly need a brake change. No, they're adjusting the shock absorber. They're actually adjusting the ride height spring. So whether they actually take a spring off, I don't know. But they've got a significant number of tyre wraps waiting to do their work. Yeah, they're redoing the ride height on the front left. Whether they're lowering or what, I don't know, because this is the new nose that they cut the holes for, especially earlier. It doesn't look like any scuffage on the bottom of the splitter, so I'm not sure whether this is something else, whether they wanted to do this for a while. This is lowering the car. Yes, they're easing the spring down. So by my basic coilover knowledge, you screw down the base plate of the spring, you will loosen it. So they are loosening the spring, so lowering the front, which is interesting. But I don't know whether there is a question about, if they want to do that, why have they got so many tyre wraps? So what's the problem been? What is not doing what it's supposed to do? Has it been winding itself up or unwinding itself? I think they're adjusting the bump stops, actually, because what they've done first of all is they've loosened the lower base plate. So if you think about it, you've got the threaded section and the solid section. They've now got a gap between the threaded section and the solid section of looks like about 5 mil, and they then lowered the spring. So they've kept the same ride height, but I think what they've done is just changed the bump stops. I really need Joe to tell me. He knows more about Maffish and struts than I do at the front. But that's what they've done. They've effectively put a non-springy gap at the bottom of the strut and then just lowered the spring to match it. Well, you can never have too much gaffer tape, as you know. I think someone's sitting here and they must realize there's not enough light. They need to get their phone out. Come on, boys. Any minute. Any minute. I got the lump hammer so early as well. .47 back in the pits, guys, so that's got itself round after the accident. New boots, 47. And here from Porsche Shales are John Hindhoff and Phil Anson. It's fair. Very shouty full service. I'm back. The batteries went flat mid-word, so you missed out on some. Literally, this is my best report ever, but it went flat. So what can I say? Yeah, no, the career's over. 57, and let's point out the youngest person in the team. You know. Yeah, but I'm the only person not in my 7th decade.
I'm not quite. I'm making my way there. Yeah, there's a driver change. Lucas has got out a very tall Dutch character. And another very quick driver change. I didn't see the... I saw a driver get out, but not one get in. ERC car. Yeah, are you guys aware of the ERC Bratislava Lambo back in? Not quite. Yeah, it's already been out, came in and bled a lot of air out of the tyres, so just bleeding the tyre pressure down, so and then it's gone back out, so might have a word with Merkel. He said. So a change of mind, and the car's back out. Have you had? What was it that changed your mind?
We only try another setup because we think if you send car to Abu Dhabi or in Europe, and we take the best lap time for the race or for the weekend. Now, that I think is not bad, but we try how many laps we can run with these tires. Normally, stand around 15, 20 laps, 15, 20 minutes maximum. That's condition for the tires is problematic for us.
So you're going for a fastest lap?
Yes.
Put a qualifying set up.
1 point, we try. No, yes.
Brilliant. You've just taken the fastest lap, Mirko. That's got to be a contender for the Spirit of Qualifying award. Heading down there. A word with Martin Kroll. You guys going to try and repair it, Martin?
Pardon me? For sure we do.
Of course they are. What a stupid question. That's Martin.
We never give up, so. No, never.
Never ever give up.
No. Yeah. For what reason we have to give up? No way.
Martin, you guys have come here to have a lot of fun, but you also take your motor racing very seriously. The same 5 drivers in the 2 BMWs, what a way to go racing.
No, why not? It's, when we have so far away to come here, we have 2 cars, so we can use it.
You guys have enjoyed the track here in Kuwait, this brand new track for CREVENTIC.
Yeah. For all is new, so we are the best with our age.
Well, I wasn't going to mention it. They're having far too much fun, far too much. All hard work though, very hard.
Yeah. It's okay, and for the track, first time here, people are very friendly. It's okay. We enjoy it.
We're going to watch the team and see how they get on. Thanks, Martin.
Thank you. Take care.
Yeah, thankfully for this car. It's had enough of the bad luck for a lifetime this weekend. Kerong Lee's the driver that's got out. His job is done. Gets a high five and a big hug from Jean-Francois Bruno, his teammate. It's Greg Gorski getting into the car, and the wheels and tyres are being changed. Brand new Hankook rubber going onto the car. Car looks in good shape at the moment. This is the team that I've heard you talking about, and there's no doubt about it. They went at this race with a very conservative approach and just knew what was entailed in getting this car to the finish of a 12-hour race, and that was to take no chances with regards to setup or whatever. And I think they've only encountered one puncture, bizarrely, and that was Jean-Francois Bruno, who did a great job in getting that car back, and he explained in great detail what that entailed, didn't he? So, let's get a word with Kerong. So your job is done for the day. You finally made it. Less than 2 hours to go. How's the car feeling?
Wow, car feels amazing. A big thank you for the Leopard Motorsports. They did a mega job in the last 24 hours.
They really have. They've done 24 hours worth of racing in just for a 12-hour race, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, like, because the container issue, we missed all the practice, we missed the qualifying, so we start on the back. We just did like 10 laps in the morning, and we just trying to find the pace during the race, but so far so good. I mean, like, both my teammates, they are like very consistently, very safe, and we just going to finish and be safe and win the championship.
Jean-Francois, if I could bring you in, we all know the tale about the team. What time did the containers finally arrive?
I think they were unloaded from the truck last night around 11 p.m. So as I was saying earlier, the team basically pulled a 24-hour job. They've been on the job for over 24 hours, and they haven't slept, so it's like a 24-hour race.
What time did you get out on track? Because when we arrived here this morning, we were really early, and you guys were going round.
Yeah, we wake up at 5:30 today, and like what Bruno said, it's a 24-hour race for sure. Yeah, we came in here like 8 a.m. and yeah, we doesn't rise because the team did a amazing job. It doesn't rise, so we deserve it. They deserve it. So I mean, it's better like we just keep going, and find a pace finally. Yeah.
So you guys have proved we don't really need all of this practice and qualifying, do we? We can just come here on the morning of the race and go out.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out fairly well because of the way the structures of the different classes. We weren't in no man's land, even though we didn't qualify. We were further back, but you know, we were able to. It's a 12-hour race, right? So we had time to make our way up and to finish, to win. You must first finish, and some of the other guys unfortunately had issues, and we were able to make our way up. And I think we're leading currently GTX, so it's great for our teammate who's driving with us today, Greg Gorski, but also thinking of Gerhard Batzinger, who was supposed to be in the car with us. You know, his picture is up there. Unfortunately, Gerhard broke his foot kickboxing. I know, I don't ask. And yeah, he should have been here with us, but they were in contention also for the Intercontinental Championship.
You guys in line for continuing into 2023? Are you guys going to be around for Dubai?
Leipert will be. I'm not sure. There's a lot going on. Kieran's got a pretty full program next year, so we're not sure yet. But Kieran, the team will be, absolutely, yeah. The team's going to be competing in 24 hours next year.
So far, so good. I'm not going to mention the championship. We've still got an hour and 30 or so minutes. But what a job. And, you know, the look on your faces all week, commendable from you boys.
I'd like to throw in there that I think he's had probably the best stints he's ever had in his career tonight. Yeah, he put 2 laps in that were as quick as my laps. So, you know, I had to say that on camera.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Cheers. See, I need him now. Win, is he? ATM. That was the car that had a problem. It stopped, didn't it? The team have stood down, I think. think I've got the Wheeling Engineering Daytona prototype being wheeled in on the back of a Toro. It's like, what? I thought my eyes are tired. Jeez. Yeah, it's the KTM Crossbow, of course, of Razzoon more than racing. It shed a belt or something, I think, and it's obviously off the new engine installation, and they're going to obviously rectify that by wheeling it into the garage and finding out what belts come off. Well, some alternators are driven off the rear drive shaft. Off the rear drive shaft, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I would have thought. Although you never know. It's what is effectively a. Do we know what belt it is that's come off? Right, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I spoke to the most technical person there. So it might be. Yeah, we'll get to the. I mean, I'm a geek, so I want to know. Daniel, tell me. Got one of the drivers, Daniel Drexel. Daniel, do you know exactly what the problem is?
Something with the electronics, but it's very small. We should fix it in 1-2 minutes. It's nothing major.
Being told a belt has come off or something. Is that an alternator belt or something?
I don't know. It never happened. So we are collecting good karma from Dubai today. We're getting very much experience in everything. Yeah, just finished. Get this podium in.
Step outside. Daniel, what is the... So you mentioned you're getting rid of all of the bad luck for Dubai. Are you coming out to Dubai with this car with the same driver lineup?
No, not at all. I'm the only one who's driving. Haitam is only here because it's his home race and he wants to try endurance racing for the first time. And Dominic because he wants to sit in the car himself for once. But we have a very different lineup, but very experienced guys.
And can you announce that?
It's a full Austrian lineup. A very quick junior guy from ADAC, some very experienced gentleman drivers who are also very quick, so we will be there.
You're already looking forward to that, aren't you?
I'm looking forward. Again, we learned very much today. We get all of the preparation for Dubai now, and just get it over the line so we can stand on the podium up there and said we finished our race after we fixed an engine.
That's what it's all about. Hashtag this is endurance. Good luck, Daniel. have, yes. I'm just watching the job on Razun, and just next door is that multicoloured EB Motors Porsche. Currently in fifth, the 955 numbered car, doing a sterling job there, and well up on class. I'm just watching as well the CP Racing Mercedes having a bit of a job getting past that Porsche. Isn't that the Porsche that came together with Charlie Putman? That's been a bit of a pain in the neck. Wasn't that the same Porsche? could never be a mechanic on this car. I couldn't get there. There's no way I could get there. It'd be like a step ladder. It is, yeah. So the gearbox is here, but the mechanic's standing. So the gearbox is. There's the motor. But look where the mechanic's standing. I mean, he's basically got to get in the engine compartment, and he's forearm protectors on, because everything in there, I can feel the heat. The heat's just over there. It's like everywhere in there is a very hostile environment. Yeah, good point actually, Phil. If I got in there, I wouldn't be able to get out. On that. I've stepped out the garage. I've put my tools down. We're about 45 minutes away from the Spirit of the Race Award. It's Razoo Northern Racing, the KTM guys, have got to be a contender for that as well, because they didn't shirk when the engine went, and we saw they put the new engine in. This is the KTM. And they put a new engine and gearbox in. The car went out, did some more laps. Something's gone wrong, which is why the mechanics. No. They're still at it. Yeah, they've still got no intention of not fixing that car until the last hour, or the last half hour, or the last 15 minutes, or the last lap. Absolutely. And I mean, that really is the epitome of endurance racing. Yes, it was. Yeah, Martin Crow. Well, I saw that the trackward end, the steering arm had snapped right where it met the trackward end. They were taking the upright off, even though I couldn't tell whether the upright was intact on the bottom wishbone, but they had a brand new upright being brought out, and I think they'll have changed. I suppose it makes sense, doesn't it, while you're in there, because you don't want to chance the bottom rose joint off the bottom wishbone snapping and being overstressed off an impact. So Seb and I will head down there and give you an update. some very interesting news. So the 188 numbered Audi, the SE Motorsport car, has just left the pit garage. You guys can tell me how long that's been in the pits. The 332, the Hofer Racing by Bonk BMW, that's the car that we saw had its damaged steering. That car's repaired, already out there. And literally, Martin Probst has told me, 10 minutes later, the sister car, the 331, got hit, and the same thing happened. Suspension damage on the 332. That car is still in the garage. In fact, Martin's here. Martin, what was, so literally 10 minutes later, did you say?
Yes, exactly the same entry, pit entry. He was passed by 3 cars, and the 4th car just hit him on the same side like the other car.
Was the same damage to the steering?
Same picture, yes.
It can't happen again because we're running out of parts.
So, but you see, I told you before, we are a good, great team. The other one car is fixed. It's already running again. The driver is already in, so in 2 minutes we go out.
Yeah, the wheels are on, guys, and it's just going to have to come off the jacks and it'll get underway. Thanks, Martin.
We never give up.
Never give up, never.